Test 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Hello.
Hello. Can't hear me?
Yeah, or myself.
Let's see this thing.
Test. Yeah, I don't hear you. Test.
Let me see it for a second. Test. Yeah, it's a plug. Check.
Test.
Okay, we fixed it.
Nice.
Oh my God. Hey everybody.
Hello, chats.
Hello chat. Thank you for waiting.
We'll have to bump this sound down so they can hear us.
Yeah, definitely. Bump which sound down?
The Battle Aces sound, it's super loud.
No problem.
Audio. And then let's crank this down halfway.
Maybe 30 is about okay. Hey guys, thank you for joining us. Sorry for the small delay. We are here in my apartment in Seoul.
Hello.
Ready for the first ever Battle Aces Tassel Tussle.
Oh, yeah.
I'm super excited. We've got 8 players that we invited, all of which are top rank on the ladder. It's going to be best of 5s into best of 7s into ultimately a best of 9. Obviously, this game is really new, so I don't know what's, is less more or is more or less. Like, I don't, when you think of a best of 9 or even going beyond that, it does feel like it's a lot.
Yeah.
But obviously the games are very short. So, again, thank you for joining us for this, first ever online event here on my Twitch stream. And I don't know. I'm excited, dude. I got to watch Wardy and Roddy casting some show matches yesterday. Great games.
Yes. There was actually some pretty interesting ones. The Bowenon versus I think Conquer was the other one, was ridiculously close. It was like really just went to a game 7 and every game was super crazy. So it was cool to see a series that wasn't super one-sided and actually showing like a lot of all the different tech building or tech units and everything. So yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah. This is going to be fun. I've got to play a decent amount of Battle Aces. Actually, not as much as I would have liked to have played. I've been a little bit busy on some of my days off, just taking care of real-life stuff. But I have managed to get top ace with a couple different types of styles. It's been really fun. It is exciting to be part of a game at the very beginning in an RTS, where everybody's trying to, there's just kind of scrambling, chaotic, early meta where people are trying to figure out what works, what doesn't, what do I want to stick with. Is there something OP that can be exploited? Is that going to be switched and patched out, as we've already had a couple patches with Battle Aces so far? And it's, I don't know. For me, it's always the funnest time, is right at the start.
Yeah, no, the age of discovery for all these new RTSs is always the most interesting. I definitely agree. I'm definitely struggling a little bit with some of the Battle Aces discovery, though, myself. Not really finding my groove as I first did in the first couple of days. The mortars got mega nerfed a couple times, and now I'm kind of lost in the sauce just a little bit.
I feel like I still can't wrap my head around the mortar. They keep changing it. I think I understand what this thing can do and what it can hold, and then I get into a new game and it's different.
Yeah.
But, it's been cool to see the success that Uncapped Games has had already. I mean, the feedback on the game has been overwhelmingly positive.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's, I think, a lot that they can even still improve on. But it's cool to see they've come out with a product that's so, basically ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I'm trying to find Vibe and get him in here. It's because sometimes there's some bugs with inviting
We might
people.
have to restart the client. So anyways, we're just trying to get our other player invited in here. It's going to be Parting versus Vibe to start things off. Again, it is going to be best of 5 to start. I still don't know what's the right amount, for a proper Battle Aces match. I feel like a best of 5 has to be the minimum, although I guess you could have a best of 3. Speaking of which, some people have brought up some interesting ideas for the game, like possibly in a match when you face off against an opponent, making it a best of 3. Just like they do in fighting games, or, best of 5 even, like they do in some fighting games for online play. Like I know in Tekken, it's always best of 5. Street Fighter can be best of 3 or best of 5. I think it depends on which arcade you're playing, and I can't remember what it is like for online play. But yeah, it's been cool. So, is Vibe on the Asia server as well?
Yeah, we're going to NA, I think, first for now.
Okay, because I think I'm on Asia. I could be wrong.
I think we're on America.
Someone in the chat asked, is the map flipped for the players? So, that's actually a great question. Because I remember when I was playing, every time I was in the bottom left, and I thought it was coincidence. What it is that your player is playing also from the bottom left, but he's upside down in your game.
It's so weird. It's such an... okay, nice. It's such a strange, concept that it's, mirrored. It feels like it shouldn't work, and then somehow it does. I don't know. I can't wrap my brain around it.
Well, it's funny because even in StarCraft 2, if you're a Terran player and you're on the left side of the map, your add-ons are sticking out towards your opponent who's probably on the right. So, it's not the biggest imbalance, but we do see games where it's a factor. In Tekken, some players say certain characters are easier to play on one side over another, depending on the inputs you got to do for the first couple of moves. So this is a cool fix they came up with for Battle Aces, is that everybody just starts in the bottom. Everybody's having the same experience of being in this corner and pushing up into the top right.
Yeah. All right, should I get these guys, make sure they're all ready? We're ready to start?
Yeah, we can start whenever. I can just keep talking until you and them are ready. So it's going to be Parting versus Vibe. I don't think these guys need any introduction, but I'll do it anyways. Parting, I believe it was 2012 world champion, an amazing StarCraft 2 player overall, has been revolutionary in the game, has been very active in Stormgate as well as Battle Aces, and I think very oriented towards the future. Had a massive stream actually on Twitch, and he's here now to compete in these new games. It just takes a minute for my OBS to load. And he's going to be going up against Vibe. Vibe is a legendary player here in StarCraft 2. Managed to beat the likes of Flash and other gods. Also has a stream. Check out his stream. It's a really chill place to hang out in. And to go into this game right now, it's going to be Parting with Scorpion Hornet versus, I think, Scorpion Recall here for Vibe, who's in the top right.
Bear with me here, as this is the first time I'm actually observing in Battle Aces here, so excuse the crazy camera work and everything. I'll do my best here with this one, but I'm curious to see how this ends up going. I mean, the recalls here out of Vibe is definitely something that I personally prefer going for, so I'm curious to see if he ends up getting any actual good damage here, or it's just going to be forced to be defending the entire time, basically.
So Parting is pouncing on this third base. Now, Scorpion Recall can fight your own Scorpions here, but you got to be careful. These Recalls are actually on the outside. You want those to be behind the Scorpions, and so we already have 3 Recalls going down, and now 4. More Recalls are going to come in, but again, the angle is really bad, and it feels like Parting can continue to reinforce. We have a ton of Scorpions streaming across. the map here to try to hit this position. The base is at 50%. Meanwhile, Parting's got his own base that's going to be finishing up in a little bit here. He's scrambling, Vibe is, to get more recalls in. It looks like he's got enough, especially with the recalls behind the Scorpions. You're much more likely to take a fight. But it does seem like Parting has a considerable amount more. Vibe's going to be reinforcing that. And Parting's going to go for a positional move here. He's going to try to punish the fact that Scorpions and recalls, they're sort of mobile, but they're more positional than actually mobile and fluid. So the Scorpions are going to hit over at this expansion right now, and we're going to see if this actually softens the position at the third, because this looks like a setup.
Yeah, this is one of the big strengths that you do have with the Scorpions. Of course, they're extremely fast. You can run really far away and get them out of position. But the benefit of recalls, obviously, is that you can just easily reposition between the two bases without really having to think too much about it. Just make sure you recall over to the correct base, whether you're getting attacked, and you can easily flank or just surprise the opponent trying to out-multitask you. And it seems like Vibe is actually kind of pushing Parting away for now, but Parting himself is really trying to keep control of this middle of the map as much as possible and just throwing things on the other side as much as possible to really pull Vibe apart here.
Yeah, another recall here. One thing I want to point out with recalls, they're actually pretty tanky, and they do quite a bit of damage, but they're slow. So you usually have to play a lot of deflecting, a lot of kind of repositioning until eventually you can get a big recall push. Now, I think Vibe may be overextended here. This little red or orange thing in the middle of the map, you can't walk over that. So he's actually trapped in this position. More reinforcements are going to come down. The same is true for Parting. But it seems like Vibe might actually have enough.
Yeah, he's just blasting through this, surprisingly. I thought he was like totally surrounded there and was just going to die, but it seemed like the range of the recall is still doing pretty good for him there. And it looks like we also have some advanced recalls coming out of here from Parting. So that's going to definitely be a nice tech advantage for now. And it seems like Vibe actually also has the same thing teched up as well with some airships to go against the Dragonflies as well. So the air battle should not really be going in Parting's favor if that ends up happening. But we got a nice recall coming in with all the things from Vibe. But, I mean, he's not got much here, but the rest of it is all in this little flank as well set up from the other side of the map. And that's going to force Parting on home.
It's a really interesting comp here to see the advanced recalls paired with Hornets on the map. The Hornets may just be a solution for anti-air. Can advanced recalls shoot air?
I'm not sure, to be
Actually,
honest.
I'm not sure. I haven't messed with this unit, to be totally honest. Sorry, guys. This is still a very new game for us.
Yeah.
He's going to reposition over here. It's a pretty big push from Vibe. And, you know, Vibe can actually crush this position. That actually could be game.
I mean, he's going to target down the base, and that's just going to instantly get denied here. Parting still does have a fourth base along with Vibe as well, so that's still putting Vibe up a base, but taking down the middle is extremely good for him. That opens up so much opportunity now for Vibe to move around the map, but Parting is going to try to take the initiative as well and going to the bottom side and take this out while Vibe is stuck on the top, but it's recalls. You can easily just reposition and deal with any type of harassment that's going to come at you.
And this is the punish. Right? You know, that third base is going to be retaken for now, but it's very difficult for there to be any counterplay here from Parting. Now, the combination of the Scorpions and advanced recalls here are going to be pretty handy for trying to push into this spot. The recalls are going to have to continue to retreat, but we're starting to see a pincer get set up here, and I think this is going to force Parting to head back once more.
Yeah, nice attempt to try and to get some stuff down on the bottom, but it's not going to work. And now we've got mortars coming out here from Vibe, teching over to the Foundry as well. That's really going to put a lot of pressure on Parting here, as he really doesn't actually have anything to deal with these mortars right now. He's going to try to... Actually, he's not even going to get Fireflies to try and go for some anti-air, because there's already some anti-air units set up for Vibe as well. So he's got airships here to prepare for that, and now he's just going to send it right down the middle. Parting is literally nothing. He's forced into a base trade situation to try and deal any amount of damage or cause any amount of chaos, but I don't think it's really going to do any much when you can just recall back home with half the army, and everything else is going to come back just a little bit after to get a nice little surround and flank, and that's going to be that. Vibe takes the first game.
Interesting. You know, you could see in that last game we had that third base just get knocked out, and he was never able to reclaim it. And because of the recalls, I think the head on my chair just fell off.
All right. My God.
That's how good that game was.
What the
While we were casting that, I could feel my chair moving. I'm like, oh my God, Battle Aces, what's going on? So hold on. Can I fix this? What just happened here?
Okay, well, have fun fixing that. This is now going to be the Tasteless Fix
Wait a minute.
a chair
Is this gonna
stream.
Attach on here? How does this... Oh my God.
Oh my God.
All right, we're going to just not use this thing. Okay. No, yeah, right at the end of that game, I started I was like, is the chair falling over? Something feels weird. So yeah. Anyways, about that game, no way to get that third base when the push was able to come out over and over and over again. Vibe basically stayed patient, kept recalling, kept deflecting attacks, and at the very end was able to tech into mortars. They actually stayed low tech for quite a while. It's been interesting to see when people try to tech into stuff. Oh, yeah, we're going to get the score there on screen.
Excellent.
Yeah, in my experience, I've had some games I can take a third base, and then other games where I tech. Oh, I got to pause. Sorry, pausing alerts.
Scared me, man.
Thank you
Oh
for
my
the sub,
God.
guys. Your subs are appreciated. Normally I have alerts off. We're doing a tournament. Yeah, I have games where I can take a third base sometimes, then tech. Other games I feel like I have to get my tech up on my second base. I have had some games where I tech on one base. It seems a little bit cheesy, but you can win games with it that way.
I mean, we've got that coming up right now, actually. Vibe is going for a one-base tech here, going into King Crab and Mortar. Likely to go for a King Crab rush here.
He's going for Mud Crab. This is my
Nice.
build, no doubt. He's copied this from my stream.
Excellent, yeah.
So this is a pretty strong way to play. I do think it's weak versus recalls. I feel like you can't bust with King Crab versus recalls, but I could be wrong. By the way, you can basically poke for free here.
Yeah, it's a nice scout to confirm that it will actually be the King Crabs coming out. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, but you could go for a Mortar all in, I suppose, because it is pretty hard to deal with them. But King Crabs is the most likely option, but it's nice to get that scout off anyway, and the recalls do allow you that ability there, as you can just get right back on home for free. Recalling yet again to make sure he's out of harm's way, and the King Crabs are going to come in here. Do you target the base or the workers here is my question.
Well, in my experience, I always go towards their main and have one King Crab kill all the workers, but this is a different approach. I guess this punishes the fact that the recalls can't really deny you from taking that base, so I think the ideas here from Vibe are pretty good. Now, there's going to be one more recall he can do. He did save up into Dragonflies. So Dragonflies can fight ground. They're not as fast at killing stuff as Butterflies are. And I think what he wants to do is swing the game. No, never mind. He's going to come back and actually try to defend this. I thought he might try to go across the map and just kill his opponent's workers.
Yeah, Vibe's going to try to tech up into airships at this point to try and counter these Dragonflies, because otherwise he literally has no anti-air available right now, actually. He needs these up as soon as possible, because they're just going to send right across the map. They're extremely fast. They can take it on workers very quickly as well. So this looks, for now, like a pretty decent spot for parting, because this airship transition is not going to be out whatsoever in time to deal with all of the worker harassment.
Yeah, I mean, the counterpunch here is pretty brutal. There's going to be some Scorpions that come back, but obviously with recalls, there's only one easy solution, so he sends that back home. The tech's almost done, but so are all the workers here for Vibe, so he's going to have effectively no economy. It
Literally
can come
none.
back. If you haven't played Battle Aces before, the workers automatically remake. It doesn't cost you anything other than time. But obviously with a nearly full main base, there's going to be a lot of resources to drink up here for parting, and I don't really feel like Vibe has the tools available to do a whole lot to try to counter this.
Oh my god, he's even picking off the airships with the Dragonflies with nice micro there and actually just isolating them, and that's going to be that. Parting taking a nice win as well to even the series up.
You can update the score now if that's easier.
That's a good idea.
Very cool. It was a very different game.
Yeah. This one?
Yeah, this is the button, sorry. One base strategy, it seemed like it almost worked. I haven't quite seen the King Crab rush used to take out the expansion. I know I've messed with that rush a bunch. I find you just go on top of the workers in the main and have one King Crab kill all the other workers, and you're good. But yeah, this means we're tied up 1-1, so it's a close series so far. Again, it is a best of 5, and as far as rules go, by the way, we don't really have any pick ban system. I wouldn't be surprised if that's implemented in this game later on. Whether that be for a system where you'd have a couple different decks you show up with, like Hearthstone, and then you try to deny certain decks in that sense, or you'd have a pick ban system where you would deny specific units from decks. Mm-hmm. We don't have anything like that. I don't know if that'll be a thing in the game later on as well, but what we do allow the players to do is assemble any kind of deck you want in between each game. So you can use the same deck as before, or you can do something different.
Yeah.
And, no, go ahead. Sorry.
I do like the idea as well of a lot of these tournaments that are maybe going to come out eventually that could just have different types of ban rules and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Someone that I saw someone mention something as well in one of the chats at one point saying maybe do something where the player that loses can then ban one of the units from the winner's deck to then like make it so that they have to constantly change what they're doing and whatnot and stuff like that, but they don't have to change theirs until they lose, kind of a thing.
It does seem like this is a game where there's probably going to be another game outside of the little fights you have inside of this game.
Yeah.
There could be like a meta game of denying, just like you see in Dota, where they want to ban a certain hero. It's not that different from StarCraft where we ban certain maps.
Yeah, for sure.
So, but we don't have that, just so you know.
Yeah.
Now, this game, it's going to be Gunbots from Parting, which compared to Vibe, it's going to be Scorpion and Recall. We've also seen Wasp Recall, which seems pretty good as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of these Gunbot games turn into pushes. If you played a lot of StarCraft 2 Terran, this is probably going to be the composition you're going to like the most. I find it challenging because I'm bad with this composition. But if you're just endlessly microing Stim Marines, it's pretty scary because if you start to do damage like we're seeing a little bit here, it can start to snowball. Remember that the Gunbots have only so many, I guess, stims or charges or boosts or whatever you want to call it.
Overclock is the official word for it.
Thank you. Only so many overclocks. It's basically 3, and then it takes a while to regen it. So this loses its momentum probably after this last overclock.
The thing is, though, is that you will start getting more waves coming in afterwards, so you still do have then another fresh set of recall or cooldowns on the new set, so you can still kind of do some micro. And the amount of time it takes to charge back the first overclock ends up actually coming back in time where you can kind of do this on end for the most part. It looks like now finally that first set just did run out of their overclocks, and now it's only the second set doing it, but that's all that you need, apparently, because Parting's micro is just so on point, able to completely negate the recall damage. And, I mean, there's just so little you can do as the recall player in this situation when you're just getting completely micro-diffed.
It does seem like recall players just die in this moment. I think it's almost like their ability ends up punishing them from ever coming back because they have to try to spam recall into that third base to save it, and the result is that they overextend. We'll see if Five tries to play this out. He is at Tier 2 tech. And he is going to have bombers.
I've never actually seen this unit in the current iteration. It's almost never gone for it. Oh, my God.
What?
Absolutely slamming it, but he doesn't have enough after the fact, and that's going to be a GG out of him. Parting going 2-1.
That was impressive, the Gunbot push. I did see they had a buff on the bombers. It's also a unit I haven't messed with. I feel like I've played with about half the units, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
But that was wild. So right now, Parting up 2-1. Obviously, if he gets a third win, he will be victorious and be going to the round of 4. We'll see if there's any way that Vibe can fight back. It's too bad Vibe died the way that he did. Recall is, I think the Gunbot has like a little bit of an edge. I think it's like a 6-4 fight if both players are controlling it well. But yeah, I mean, you start to do enough damage and it just spikes. And, of course, Parting takes the third base behind that. So, once he kills your third and you're on 2 bases, he's on 3, I mean, there's just not a lot you can do.
Yeah, I know. It gets really rough if you fall behind as the recall player because you don't really have any opportunity to find your way back into the game is what it feels like.
Yeah.
Because if you just start to get snowballed on, the most you can do is just to recall your units in one at a time as they spawn, and that doesn't really do anything because then they're just getting picked off one at a time out from a different base.
And you can just give the base up, but then you're playing at a huge disadvantage. I think I get it. He does everything he can to try to fight and actually win that, but in the end, Parting takes it.
Yep.
Many people are saying Parting is the best player in the game right now. Certainly seems like it.
No, he is extremely strong. He's just actually so good at this game. It's insane.
By the way, guys, if you're watching this on YouTube, please like and subscribe. We'll be putting more content out there on this channel. And also go to tastelessthreads.com. It's my merch shop. There's a lot of cool RTS, esports, gaming stuff. I'm sure you'll find something that you like. This game, it's going to be Recall Tech again. This is basically a repeat of Game 1. Hopefully not the same result here for Vibe's sake.
Dude, I thought for a second Vibe was like AFK and didn't realize that we started the game, but then I realized he did expand because he didn't make any units. I was like, oh no, please, Vibe.
I do that sometimes too. I'll expand. I'll just not make any units right away and just try to take a moment and like look at their deck and be like, okay, what's my plan?
Yeah. He's going to go for the recalls again, which is kind of interesting because he got absolutely smashed with it last time here. So perhaps just analyzing a little bit of micro differences he can do. Maybe won't expand so quickly this time. Maybe
Is he teching?
He's going to go straight into tech this time instead of trying for that faster third. So definitely a little alteration here from Vibe to see if he can get some sort of mortar tech out to really negate these gunbots here. Because once mortars are on the field, these gunbots can't do anything.
Yeah, and gunbots are actually pretty brittle. I know they have, I think, just one more range than the recall, so you can basically always eke out a little bit more damage. But in this game, yeah, I guess you could just play a conservative route. I don't think there's any way that you can push, so I think he has to go for mortars into a third base.
Yeah, he's just going to be waiting, I guess, for the mortars to come out and then eventually take a third. Because if he tries to take a third even right now before the mortars are out, he's just going to have the gunbots completely microing against it, and he's not actually going to be able to defend it. So he has to stay fully on 2 bases here and just wait and wait until he can finally get those mortars out, which is going to be right now, so we can get a couple of them and really start to push these gunbots away. That's what he's going to be trying to go for here, and parting's going to be up to him to micro outside of the range of these mortars and still make it a challenge for Vibe to actually come out here and secure this third base, because for now he's still fully on an essentially all-in 2-base economy until he can really get this third saturated here.
Yeah, he'll need at least one more mortar down here to fully cover this. He might need one more in his second base. Usually one mortar and maybe like 1 or 2 recalls is enough to make them not want to try to poke into the back. Although I guess versus gunbots, you don't really have that kind of harass style you're dealing with. That's more something you have to deal with like blinks or scorpions or crabs. So he's starting to leapfrog. He's going to daisy chain these mortars together and try to basically get in range. But we've got some dragonflies out here, and I literally don't see any anti-air.
Yeah, the heavy hunters are pretty late to the party here. They're not actually getting here just yet. So now these dragonflies have free reign on these mortars. And if there's nothing here to defend them, they're actually kind of brittle to these dragonflies. Finally, now the heavy hunters come on up. We'll start to trade against those. But a lot of mortars taken out here already by parting. And that's going to make it kind of hard for him to actually really pressure this third base, which he really needed to do, considering he was so far behind on the economy in the first place. His third base literally only just starting to get his resources mining right now. So now it's just these heavy hunters, which will also not even be able to defend against the dragonflies back over at his own base.
This might almost be over. I mean, the gunbot, yeah, that's going to be a GG. Gunbots get in. I actually think that he had a chance to take that game. But he needed the heavy hunters there earlier.
Yeah, I think he maybe just didn't notice that the tech switch was happening just so early, maybe.
Yeah.
Overmade some of the mortars, I think. Could have maybe balanced it a little bit better with a couple of heavy hunters in anticipation of the tech transition. Because, I mean, having a few mortars against the missile bots alone is enough, I think, to prevent them from diving on you, assuming you're layering them properly. So I feel like maybe could have tried to balance that a little bit earlier, could have maybe prevented him from dying so quickly.
I do feel like Battle Aces is a game of constant preemptive moves. I guess all RTS games are like that too, but like the moment you have the mortars coming out, you have to be like, okay, I don't have anti-air, I have to have that now. And if you can just match that, like I think he could have probably won that if he had made 4 mortars and then started making heavy hunters and then pushed out. So that's going to be it for the first best of 5. Let me check how we're doing on time here. Are we going to be bumped by an ad yet? Let me see. Oh, I never started my stopwatch.
I never started my
stopwatch. It's 0-0. All right. Well,
so
tell you
funny.
what. Let's. Should we run one ad and then
Yeah, maybe, and then let me just double check the
we're going to get the
ready
next
and
game
everything.
set up, guys. Stand by. Whoops. We're going to run a short ad. You won't miss any content while we run this ad. And where's my other browser? Is that not it? Oh, it's over here. Okay. All right, guys. 3-minute ad. We'll be back with the next game. See you in a little bit. Thank you for waiting, everybody.
Hello.
And I will start my stopwatch now. Okay. I think we can probably get through 2 best of 5s before we need to run ads again. We'll just
I
see.
imagine so.
So, if you're just now joining us, welcome. We just saw Parting defeat Vibe in a pretty good series overall. I mean, my main takeaway was that Parting really good at kind of punishing the third base. It does seem like a lot of times that can be a bit of a skill check in the matchup. Can you actually get your base, third base up and keep it covered? It is a challenge with recalls, I think, especially versus gunbots. It's been interesting to see the different unit comps that have been picked so far. Battle Ace is still so new. I feel like nobody's fully wrapped their head around the game just yet. But, yeah, game 1, a lot of low-tech play, mass expanding. The other game's a little bit tighter there. Vibe did put up a good fight, took 1 game off of Parting, but at the end of the day, Parting, I think, a little bit too robust in every way. Up next, we're going to have State versus Theory.
Yeah, this one should be kind of interesting because,
Yeah.
I mean, State is someone that obviously you guys know from the GSL casts and whatnot, but he also used to be a little old pro gamer himself out here in Korea.
He's the younger, hotter caster that I work with now that we're over Artosis here.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you've followed State in GSL but didn't know about his career, I mean, a really great StarCraft 2 player, talented in every game he touches, a really gifted player. He was actually top 10 on the ladder, I think, a week ago. Is that right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, he played Age of Empires 4. Thank you, chat. And then he was top 10 on the ladder for this, and then they
reset his account.
They reset his account and gave
he
him
was
all the
hacking.
units.
He was a cheater.
He because he was streaming, Uncapped Games wanted to give him all the units to unlock, but then because of that, for some reason, they had to reset his account. So I think he's nowhere near as high rank as everybody else, but he's actually very good.
Yeah. So that's why it's kind of interesting to know how well he's going to do here. So I put him kind of in the middle because I think that's generally where his MMO. I seeded it based off of the MMO or the points or whatever because there's not really any other way to do this. So I put him kind of in the middle there because I'm pretty sure he is about at that spot. So I'm curious to see how he does versus Theory here, who is one of the best Battle Aces players for sure. Like, he takes games off of Parting, Clems, and all them. So, like, he's definitely very, very good. He's been doing good in Stormgate as well. So, yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what our little caster pro gamer over here does against Theory.
This is going to be fun. Theory is really, I think, what is he, rank 1 in 2v2 in Battle Aces,
so.
I believe, right now?
He's really up there on 2v2
and I think he's
as well.
like top 5 or something. I think I checked yesterday. I don't know if his rank moved, but like top 5, top 10 in this game. Supposedly like top 2 in Stormgate right now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this should be a fun match. I think Theory probably favored, but I would not count State out.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I want to see what exactly goes on here. State has been someone who's loving the crabs as well. I wonder if he's still going for that, even though a lot of the other players are going for scorpions and recalls and stuff like that.
Give him crabs or not. He is a big crab user, though, in all seriousness. Do you want me to put this up here?
Boop. There we go. Awesome. All right. So we've got actually State on the. I switched it by accident.
Theory is. Oh yeah. So State's in the top right.
Yeah.
No, State's in the bottom left.
Yeah, State's bottom left.
State's bottom left. We'll fix that after.
We'll switch that in a little bit.
So, yeah, it's going to be Theory with a 1-base play. Oh, let's check the tech again. Is it King Crab tech? Oh,
yes.
my goodness. He's
Straight
doing
into
mud
King
crabs.
State's also going for Scorps. He's not going for his crabs. He's betrayed his Crab King self.
It does seem like a lot of the people that were using crabs have switched into Scorpions. They're a little bit cheaper and weaker, but a little bit faster.
They're just good, I think.
They're
just very overall well-rounded units. Like you said, they're not the most damage, but they're still pretty good, and they're just so fast, and they're able to get on top of things pretty easily and not die too quickly either.
So there's one trick you can do in melee versus melee in this game. In my head, I call it wedging, so I'll just call that here. If you're against other melee units, you can just, if you can get by them, you can chuck your melee units in between the worker line, and they can't get their units in there to fight all your units, so you can really optimize damage. Now, in this game, it's going to be that rush that we saw earlier that Vibe tried versus Parting. It's going to be a big push in here. It looks like he goes to the natural. Meanwhile, back at home, oh my god, this is really bad, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, Stay is pretty out of position, it feels like. He's going to have to bring everything back home here. It's not recalls like the other series, so he's not able to just recall right back home. The King Crabs are going to be able to get on top of everything. The Natural is already dead here before all the units can get back, and now the tech is finished, so we can finally get some Dragonflies out from State here. But by the time he kills everything off, he's going to be losing every single worker.
It's interesting to see other players are messing with this idea. It just seemed, yeah, that's going to be a GG. Does seem like you just did you want to switch the names
yeah,
too?
I'm doing that right now.
Take your time. So yeah, it just seems to me like it's very tough for certain setups to actually stop you from pounding all of their workers before your tier 2 tech is up. And I think State, he definitely, I think, kind of got himself out of position there with the Scorpions. There are a lot of techniques we've had where players try to basically buy time. To maybe make the King Crabs chase you. He tried to set up a counterattack, but basically Theory had the exact right comp. He had 1 King Crab and 4 Scorpions.
I think the what you said, like it kind of backfired on State, where he tried to pull Theory back to his base and be like, oh my god, I'm counterattacking you. You need to abandon your 1 base all in. But Theory was like, he's too good for that. He was like, nah, dude, I'm not falling for this. I'm just going to go send it. I know that my King Crabs can do well enough on their own back at home to defend. And, yeah, I mean, just completely bulldozed it through. It's really funny as well, though, sometimes when you will see this interaction with the King Crab Rush where the opponent is defending with destroyers. And the whole game relies around if you can get them out in time, and then you spawn them all out. And now that they fixed, or maybe not fixed, but they changed it to where they auto-target durable units, the destroyers just pop out and just instantly every King Crab evaporates.
Yeah.
It's like they weren't even there at all. It's insane. Because they one-shot the King Crabs destroyers.
Yeah, I mean, they just devastate them. In the rush that I do with the King Crab, I actually send my 5 King Crabs out, and if they have destroyers or their own King Crabs, I have my own destroyers I'm sending across the map, like 1 or 2, just to close the fight out. So we're going to do a server swap real quick here.
Yep.
Theory is based in the U.S. I think in L.A., is that right?
Yeah, I think he's on West Coast somewhere, so he's fine with playing some games on the Asian server, so we're going to be doing some swaps. He did win the coin flip, so eventually if we go to a Game 5, it does favor him for the server, but not the hugest deal. I feel like ping is not really that big, I feel like.
It's okay, I hit my foot. Sorry, I hit my foot.
Ping is not the biggest deal, I think, in this game, it feels like. I don't really notice it that much when I'm playing.
I haven't felt it that much.
I literally play on the NA server the entire time because Korea, the Asian server, is not as populated comparatively, so.
Definitely more people on the NA server. And it looks like we do have the players in the game, so we're going to be jumping into this in a little bit here. This has been fun, having this first Invitational. If you guys like this, let me know. Let the people at Uncapped Games know. Tweeted them. I want to do more stuff like this. This is it's always cool right when an RTS game's out, and you get to kind of see what people have figured out, what works, what doesn't work.
Yeah, especially with this game, I feel like, because there are just so many things. It's like so dependent on actually just getting the right deck set up, and so like there's a lot of different things where maybe you can kind of find some little thing that works that maybe the other players didn't quite think about yet. Maybe a unit's just kind of underrated and didn't really even consider it as a possibility and stuff like that, and it just comes out and it just becomes really strong. So it's really cool just to find out what ends up actually being the meta or some kind of sneaky counter picks and stuff.
So it's going to be State in the bottom left. We do have the overlay fixed, by the way.
Nice.
By the way, real quick, because I know we get people in here that haven't played this game yet. I know a lot of people aren't even in the beta. There is a timer at the top center. If that gets to 0, that means that it's going to come down to score, which I believe is a combination of kills and resources mined. In this game, we've got Gunbot Wasp from State. This is actually a pretty dangerous combo, by the way, Gunbot Wasp, versus Scorpions. I think, technically, Gunbot Wasp has an edge early on this. I think it's going to be really tough for Theory to take a third base. He might just want to go for tech, and he is. He's going to go for tech.
Yeah, he's just going to go straight into the King Crab and the mortars here. The faster third base is something that you can generally try to get away with when you have the more aggressive comps like the Gunbot or the Wasp. They are just something that can take control of the map much easier because you have such speed, such mobility, so it allows you to really just kind of get that faster third base and then overwhelm with a larger amount of units whereas the other player is going to have to be kind of more defensive and just make sure they can tech up really quickly here. And so that's exactly what's going on.
By the way, chat, I see some people saying in-game volume is low. Please let me know, the rest of you, if it's too low, we can fix it after this break.
Yep.
Our volumes are going to be a little bit different for us than it is for you, so maybe it's not that audible. We want the game music and sound to be part of this.
Yeah, it was super loud at the beginning, so we just tuned it down. So just let us know, and we will switch it up after this one. But we're going to have the action started here as a lot of Wasps are going to be sent off over to the Natural here from State going into Theory. But, I mean, the Gunbot micro here out of State is very good getting on top of these Scorps for now. But the rest of the Scorpion's going to come and try to flank these Gunbots, and we'll be able to force them back for now. The harassment was dealt with, only a few workers actually getting picked off. And now the King Crabs have arrived from Theory. There's no tech yet available here from State as he went for the faster third base. So now this third is really under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, there is a counterattack, though. The Gunbots can continue to try to kite over here. A couple of these Wasps can start to kill these workers off. It gets 2-base to 2-base right now. A lot of muscle on the map right now here for Theory. He's going to push State all the way back to his starting location. He's going to fraction off, actually take everything off of the pressure from the main, and then go into the Natural. Is he going to try to dive on this?
Yeah, this is an interesting decision to go straight for the base because that's going to allow him to actually get on top of these units and kill almost all, if not every single unit in trade of the base here. And there was a couple more worker kills on the back end by some extra harassment from State. So that's a lot of units that Theory is now suicided to try and actually even up the base count here. But, I mean, that does leave him open for a little bit of a counterattack, but the Destroyers coming out as the other tech here. We did go King Crab and Destroyer from Theory, so that's going to make it a lot easier to deal with this King Crab counterattack because they, like I said before, one-shot them, which is insane. As you just saw right there, that one just evaporated. So I think Theory is going to be pretty good here.
The King Crabs need like an Immortal Shield buff or something to temporarily soak that from the Destroyer. It's pretty crazy. Nice move there. You can, if you can slip one King Crab even into their main, you can kill 3 workers in 2 hits.
It's so fast.
It's
so
crazy.
Fast.
But I think if the Destroyers can keep surrounded, just like what Theory's doing, I saw a couple of his games before. He's actually really good at specifically this maneuver of basically covering the Destroyers. And you have to probably rely on Gunbots chiseling this composition down if you're going to make anything work. And dude, there's just so much from Theory.
Yeah, we got some bombers coming in, which is going to shred the front line, but the back line is the main problem as these Destroyers just literally destroy everything on the field.
Nice.
I had to think really hard about that one.
Yes.
Oh, boy. All right, Theory, up 2-0.
Our caster has fallen so far.
Oof.
Looks like he can't cast his way out of this one.
He should have tried to talk better. And
yeah, he should have spoken more clearly in that game. No. Here, we need to give me the mouse for a second.
Oh, okay.
We need to turn it up in OBS. That's the issue.
Sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that we're
right.
not getting deafened. Good point.
How is this volume, chat? I know it's just music.
Let us know, chat. Tell us.
Is this better?
Good.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right.
Wonderful.
You know, a million years ago, people would meme about NASL sound guy.
Oh,
but now that I've messed
God.
with OBS and had to do game sound and stream, I'm like, oh, that is the hardest part of getting this set up is trying to get the audio right.
Yeah.
So we're going to go into game 3 right now. It's been one-sided, unfortunately. It's State down. No wins. Theory with 2 wins. Theory takes one more. He's got this. Some pretty powerful one-base play from Theory.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in the fact that there's been kind of so little Destroyer play because I feel like the King Crabs just get absolutely obliterated by them, and Destroyers in general are just so good against durable units that I feel like it's a very catch-all anti-cheese and just kind of well-rounded unit that you kind of have to have almost, at least from my perspective. Of
I
worse player than these people.
I think it's really tough to deal with Destroyers. I think if you can get blinks and you can just jump on them and kill them, but if you don't have blinks, I'm not really sure what you want to do.
Yeah.
No shockers yet today, by the way.
Oh no, dude, shockers are crazy.
They're crazy.
I'm also a little surprised about that.
Yeah, we've actually had way more King Crab play than I thought.
We're definitely going to see shockers once Steve plays a little bit later, so we will be getting some shockers, absolutely. But for now, So far, not too much just yet. They're a very powerful unit, very fun, very satisfying when you hear that, like, bzz, and it just absolutely roasts everything. It's sick.
So we're going into this game, and
Shockers, there you go.
Shockers, nice. Shockers and King Crabs. Okay, so he did change his comp a little bit. No Mammoth. I guess we have Mammoth Tech here, but we haven't had Mammoths in these games either, but I feel like I see those a lot when I play online.
Oh, yeah. A really kind of annoying thing to deal with is actually exactly what Theory has right now, considering that you can put the Mammoth on Starforge Tech to then pair it with an extremely strong air unit like the Falcon, which is probably the best unit in terms of air-to-ground versus like Tier 1 anti-air. It's extremely difficult to play against as the Foundry player because you just don't really have much to deal with both of things when they can go for both styles with one tech, essentially.
Right. Okay. He's keeping these Scorpions back right now. By the way, two bases. Sorry, can you pull the space bar up one more second? Yep. Okay, they are both teching. Although Theory is a little bit later on that. It should be noted, snipers are the late game tech for State. Those can play a pretty big role in certain matchups. I'm not sure how it's going to work here versus what Theory has, or if it will be a factor at all.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's even going to try to tech to them, because I feel like advanced blinks are something that you can very easily use to outmaneuver the snipers, actually get in range to target fire them. So I feel like they won't be that useful here. Tries to go for a little bit of a Scorpion run by on both of the mineral lines here for State, that is. Not really going to get too much damage, but it will at least delay Theory from moving out with the rest of his army. The rest of it's going over to the left side here, and some of it's kind of caught just at the bottom.
Ooh, but the third base is taking a lot of damage. I don't know if Theory can actually save this.
He's actually not moving. They were kind of stuck, I think, maybe on one final Scorpion. So that's actually going to be a kill onto this third base. A bit surprising here, as he's not going to be able to get it here in time to defend against it.
Dude, State is everywhere right now. He's gone and killed off all the workers at the natural expansion as well. Or almost all of them. You can see the process is still going on. There's just a couple King Crabs with Scorpions, and you could take out so many of their Scorpions. It's kind of crazy.
No, King Crabs are so good. The splash damage they provide is just absolutely insane. They're so much faster now as well with the recent buff from earlier this week.
He's going to go for a wedge again, so he can fit these in here, and there's no way to fully surround these Scorpions. So it takes so long to kill these other workers, but there's a counter push. Now, Destroyers, they got a nerf on buildings. They still do a ton of damage, but Shockers are out here. They're really well positioned. I think the Destroyers can still hit the third, though, and they take it out. Or wait,
eventually
and they take it out. This is like watching me be bad at Guitar Hero. I'm like trying to hit the right points in the cast and when the things happen, but I'm missing it.
That would have sounded so cool if you did it right on time, but unfortunately, not quite.
Wow, Chase just does it right when it happens. He's so good.
Yeah, I mean, the fight is going pretty well for State, though. Even though he loses the base, the Shockers are extremely good, and he's keeping them alive for a very long time. Nothing allowed to get on top of them. The Destroyers are not too bad against them if they can actually get the shots off, but State doing a really good job abusing the low range of the Destroyers, keeping the majority of them alive. I can't talk either. And we're getting a very desperate situation here now for Theory, as he's trying to split off some of his units to try and do a counterattack, but State is fully aware of that and even preparing with his own Shockers and Scorpions.
There's no third base yet. Okay, so he just starts that now. It's going to be very tough to push. Keep in mind, Shockers, they're not fast. They don't have a lot of range. And the same is kind of true for Destroyers as well. By the way, Destroyers don't really kill Shockers fast. I think it takes 4 shots to kill it.
Yeah, you do need kind of a decent amount of them. It's not like they just one-shot them like the King Crabs. But if you can get just like a small amount of them, they will eventually start to kill them. But at this point, this is such a desperate situation that you can see Theory is really just trying to run absolutely anywhere and just take advantage of any little units that are split off. And, I mean, to be fair, he's actually doing a pretty good job. He's actually catching a lot of these off guard. The King Crab's doing way more damage than I expected them to. And all of a sudden, all of the Shockers are gone. Theory taking an extremely good fight out of absolutely nowhere.
That was insane. I can't believe he did that. I almost want to rewatch that in slow motion.
Yeah.
How did that go so well?
That was
there was
wild.
like, I think 9 Shockers or something like that.
He caught all of them in like independently. Like there was like one shocker at a time shooting anything. So he actually did such a good job of isolating all those fights. And now that there's a destroyer as well, it's going to absolutely destroy these king crabs here. And he's trying to get that target fire on them as quickly as he can. He's getting them in range to do that, but he will get targeted down, so no more destroyer. So the shockers now as well able to start doing a lot of damage. The scorpion's still alive here for State too. And with the 3-base economy, I feel like he should eventually just be able to eke out barely enough units to hold this back.
Yeah, he's driving him back. Again, no third base for Theory. So, you know, it looks like State, you know, is barely holding these attacks off, but he's actually drinking up a lot more resources. So that's going to be game. State takes his first win. Starting to play catch-up here. We're going to see if he can actually do the full reversal. Statistically, it's really rare that people ever come back in a best-of-5. We are going to do the server switch one more time.
It's actually kind of interesting. He won on the opposite server. Again, not that it matters that much as compared to StarCraft or anything.
He was on the U.S. server, but let's check his passport. Okay, where's he from? I think it makes perfect sense. So we're going to go to Game 4 now. We're waiting for Theory and State to join here and see if we're going to have an adjustment. The shockers worked out really well for State. And, yeah, you know, Theory, he's relied a lot on pushes. Although I guess if I go back to that last game, it was really just State with having perfect maneuvering everywhere. He killed off so many workers. He got the third base.
The third base snipe was huge. I think that just won him the game outright for sure.
Yeah. I don't think you can lose a third base early on in this game and be viable at all. And I know that I kind of don't like it when people talk like this, but I'm also an RTS player. I have the same thoughts where I'm like, well, you can't ever let that happen.
Yeah. I mean, in this game, it's so punishing because it's all of your resources put into one spot that you can't get back. You can't cancel it like you can in any other RTS to then get some amount of resources back to be like, oh, okay, this was a bad decision. Let me at least take some hit, but I'm still going to be okay. Here, you're just fully committed to it, and so if you lose that and just instantly get a bad decision, like it could, it can just be over really quickly.
We're going to go into Game 4 now. We're going to see if State can keep it going. This is really truly a matchup of the casters versus the pro gamers, and who's actually better. I mean, I know these guys play all day, but we do talk about the game all day too. Okay, and it's a little.
It allows us to get a lot of information that a lot of these other players don't get because we speak our thoughts. That's right. We don't just think about them.
I don't just click them. So he's going to send some Scorpions through the bottom here. Theory, once more, being very defensive with the Scorpions. I guess he has to do that because State also has Hornets.
True.
It does, and I might be wrong, but it does feel like if you have the same melee attackers, like Scorpion versus Scorpion or Crab versus Crab, and one guy can also make Hornets, it seems like he can always swing a fight on the ground.
Yeah, because you'll just have a little bit of extra DPS always coming out from the back end that you can't really get on top of unless you get a nice out position. So, yeah, I do kind of agree with that. That's a very good point. State's really trying to do something here and just get something out of position, but a lot of these pro gamers are pretty good at this early game maneuvering, just making sure there's no real holes that can get abused here and lose a couple workers.
So while this threat hasn't done that much, it also means Theory can't take a third base. So State has a third base. Is he going to commit here?
I think it's just, again, just poking a little bit here and there. Doesn't get fully surrounded, so nice pullback timing from State. Like you said, getting a third and then going up to the Shocker King Crab Tech, whereas Theory going straight into mortars to try and make it so that way he can slowly take this third base here.
Seems like from here it would be control play from State. Just really delay the third base, make him siege up every mortar, and then play keep away. Kind of like we see in StarCraft 1 PvT, where the Protoss just forces him to siege and then runs back and kind of drags the game out. Is State going for air tech? Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's going for Shocker King Crab. Okay, but he does have Dragonfly tech if he wants it.
The instant tier 3 switch as well from Theory. So he's just really huddling down here on two bases, getting just a few mortars out to make sure that there's no Scorpion dives that can go down, and then going straight into Advanced Blinks and Behemoths.
So Advanced Blinks, full transparency, guys, I haven't used him yet. They seem to be pretty good in some of the games I played against him. I'm curious what the rationale is for getting this. Maybe it's because it's kind of a solve all for ground and air.
They're just kind of well-rounded. They got a buff in the last patch as well. I forget exactly what the buff was, but it just makes them better. And I saw a lot of the pro players making them now, so I assume that means they're good.
Yeah.
I don't question them.
He's also got Behemoth Tech, and these are just extremely tanky units. I would imagine they just pair well with mortars. Look at this surround, dude. State is insane.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
Here
my
he goes.
God.
There's only one mortar at the front, so he's not actually got too much defense. The Blinks coming in now with the Behemoths to try and help round this composition out. Nice blink forward to try and target down some of those shockers, but good micro from State as well to pull them back. What an enveloping attack from State, just getting on top of absolutely everything. Theory, again, trying to go in and out with these different blinks. But there's just so many units here. The Behemoth's doing actually a pretty good job on the back end, though. Got to be careful from State not to overextend here, but getting the third base is huge.
Dude, that setup he had was so good. Just came in there and crushed that. The Behemoths couldn't really get in between the surround either. They were sort of almost like bystanders back there watching.
Oh,
and
he's got to be careful. He's going to get surrounded again.
Yeah. Behemoths are faster than I remember.
Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah.
Those things don't look like...
Is this a patch? I felt like they were way slower
They
in my
don't
games.
look like they're supposed to be that fast whatsoever.
That's crazy.
Those things need to be lumbering forward like some grandma that hasn't actually walked in 30 years.
This is... Oh, well, hold on. He's going to have counterplay. He's got snipers. I think that he can take this. I think all State has to do is keep him off the third base.
Yeah, I was going to say, he needs to get those snipers forward a little bit and just kind of continually poke away. He's going to do just that, tries to get them forward. They're kind of all jumbled up in the middle there. They're these, like, units with the giant little pointer finger, essentially, pointing at their enemies, trying to kill them down one at a time. They're extremely good. They're literally the longest range in the game, outranging mortars as well. So you have to have something that can jump on top of them to be able to even take them out. And he's going to try to get into there, so the advanced links do have an opportunity to try and go onto those snipers if he wants. He's going for that, jumps right onto them, will focus fire a few of them down, but good job from State keeping them alive for the most part here. A lot of the Behemoths getting surrounded by Scorpions as well as the Blinks were forced away by the Scorpions and King Crabs. There's so much here from State. The economy advantage seems to just be too much.
Yeah, I think Theory's been playing a decent game despite being behind this whole time, but I don't think there's any way he can recover. It should snowball from here. State not going to try to play the slow game. He's going to just go ahead and take a push.
And there it is.
There it is.
Oh my God, it's a game 5.
Wow. Wow.
You did the statistically impossible thing you were talking about, Tasteless.
I'm just a scientist in the movie, like, but that's impossible.
He's not supposed to do that.
Yeah, my glasses are all like sideways now on my face. My lab coat's all ruffled. So we're going to go to game 5 and see if State can take Theory. I got to say, if State takes this here, it's huge.
I think it's a bit of an upset, to be honest.
I think it's an upset for sure.
I'm pretty excited that he's able to actually get this back again. I thought he was getting a little steamrolled there.
Yeah.
Not with his little favorite King Crabs or even the little crabs he's so fond of all the time. Now he's switched it up and he's doing pretty good here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been it's been wild to see the adjustments. I guess we got to see what kind of deck Theory's going to come in here with. It did seem like State basically controlled the map with the Scorpions and then just had a lead.
Yeah,
he got his third base up. Mortars, they'll stop you from dying, but they might not create opportunities for you later on. Mm-hmm. And we kind of saw that. It's like, okay, I've got mortars. He's like, yeah, I'm not attacking you.
Yeah.
And if he wants to take a third base, and the way this map is structured, I don't know if there's going to be more maps in this game or not. I know we're playing on one right now. You can just stay outside that third base. 180 degrees of angles to hit it at. It's a very delayable position, especially for someone who has to set up mortars.
Yeah, I think it was kind of interesting the way that Theory played this, just saying like, yes, I'm going to take forever to take a third base and just make sure I don't die and get the high tech and just eventually have a bigger army. But the problem with that is that he didn't actually end up getting a bigger army because his army wasn't even that good against what State had in his deck. Because having snipers as your final tier 3 against behemoths and mortars, like, you literally can't get damage done when you have snipers in the composition.
There's a couple moments where it just seems like snipers come out, and if you didn't tech into air...
Like, or you don't have something that can gap close immediately without a massive disadvantage. Like, the problem with the advanced blinks do fill that role where they can close the gap and get in, but he was so far behind economically that he didn't have the army to actually continue and follow through with that.
So we're getting ready to go into the final game. This is just game 2 of the round of 8. for the Tassel Tussle.
It's a great name.
You thought it up,
I know.
man.
I'm pretty proud of that
Yeah.
one. I don't normally come up with funny sounding things
No,
or just
it's
kind of
perfect.
pun, like, wordplay and whatnot, but no, I was pretty excited about that one. I was like, oh, that could work.
Yeah. Shout out to Gemini, by the way, for doing the observing and getting the players in here.
Oh, yes. I'm currently looking
My
at
job
my
is
phone trying to, because there's no in-game chat
That's
with this
right.
thing. I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand who's ready and whatnot. Okay, there we go. We're all
Yeah, if
good.
you need me, I should probably be checking that Discord too.
We'll
we got
get a
plenty
better
of time
system
before we
eventually.
need to run an ad here. All right, guys, this is it. Game 5. Again, if you're watching this on YouTube, please like and subscribe. Leave a comment. Let me know what you're thinking about the games. Also, go to tastelessthreads.com. Check out my merch. We got a lot of cool stuff. Mugs, posters, hoodies, T-shirts, and a lot of different designs. I'm sure you'll find something that you like. So in this game, Scorpion versus Scorpion. State is with Hornets. It's those are recall hunters, right?
Sorry, what?
For
This?
Theory.
Blink Hunters.
I'm sorry, Blink. I don't know why I have a hard time with this. I've had
They
a
look
couple
kind of
guys-
similar.
But every time I see Blinks, I call them recalls lately. This is a problem I'm trying to fix. So, yeah, he's got Blink Hunters. That's just a response to air. We probably won't see them used right away here.
Yeah, definitely not. They're not, the hunter units in general are just, the whole point is that they're not that good against ground, so they're mostly just reserved for the air. It's going to be the Foundry Tech quickly coming out from Theory, whereas the fast third base coming out from State here. Some Scorpion battles going to try and find some damage, or just poke around and just try to open up some holes here and there on the map, but not much going to be happening just yet. We're going to wait for this tech to come in. And I'm curious what State's actually going to go into here, because he does have Dragonflies with not much anti-air from Theory. The Blink Hunters are pretty decent, I guess, against the Dragonflies, so it's not like a Falcon situation where it's like almost impossible to kill them with Tier 1 anti-air. But it's actually just going to be Foundry from State as well, so he's just going to sit with the same type of King Crab and Shocker play here from State.
Nice surround there on some of those Scorpions in the middle. State is doing a great job of showing why a good offense is a good defense. He's just sort of in the way enough and forcing Theory to protect his bases that he's able to get his third base up and running. I think we've got a big attack over at the third. It's actually, sorry, not going to be at the third. It's going to go to the natural expansion. Oh, yeah. Now, you got to be careful. When the King Crabs come out, if you just have King Crabs for Scorpions, all the Scorpions die.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. The splash damage off of them is just so strong. I'm curious what State's actually going to go for here, if it's going to be Shockers or King Crabs, because he's already behind on the King Crab count, and I think he's getting kind of overwhelmed here, honestly. His tech is just later because of his fast third base, and he doesn't really have the actual chaotic damage from the Scorpions earlier on. He was really dealt very well with by Theory here.
So here's the thing, and look, I don't know the math on this, but I just want to put the idea out of there. Theory still lost some workers at his expansion, and State still got resources from that third base, even though it's gone.
True.
I think he still has more, technically.
Yeah, that is true. His army supply is a little bit bigger right now, but he's taking a fight at the top against a lot of King Crabs with his Scorpions. Not too good there, but we'll start to lose a few here as well. It's going to try to set up a bigger fight with a lot of Shockers. That is so many Shockers out of State right here. The Scorpions from Theory are going to absolutely melt in this fight. It's going to be all up to the King Crabs to see if they can get a decent surround, but unfortunately kind of funneling in here, but some of the Shockers at the front are starting to get picked off. Is this enough for State?
Oh my God, State's really good with these Shockers. And you can see the King Crab's HP getting lower and lower, but there's not any more Scorpions. So suddenly the King Crabs can just come in here with the rest of the Scorpions and dive on those Shockers. That is huge. And keep in mind, that was really where the big resource dump was from State. It was something like 9 Shockers there. Theory now has his third base up. It's functioning. His position is really healthy. Advanced tech right now is, not looking great here for State. And now with Destroyers in the mix here, he loses a King Crab. That's going to be it. GG. Great series there. At the end of the day, it is going to be Theory taking that game 3-2.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting because I think State obviously was put in a very bad situation, not really finding enough damage with the not necessarily damage, but just The thing with the Scorpion attacks in the beginning, you have to really just buy space and time with them, let alone, like, you're not really trying to get too much worker damage. Obviously, if you get it, it's great. But you're trying to get space and time to allow your third base to kick in with the resources so you can get a bigger army. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that enough to prevent Theory from just going across the map. So then when his third base dies, he's just forced into this all-in position, making a million shockers, trying to do one big brute force shove, and then unfortunately just wasn't able to actually get it to go across the map.
Yeah, I think Theory did a really good job basically kind of deflecting and parrying all the moves that State tried to do on the map and just kind of box him back until eventually there was no way to protect that third base. A lot of Battle Aces games feel like this. If you take a third base, especially if you're relying on melee fighters like Crabs or Scorpions, you really need to be good at counterattacking. And even doing moves like you send one Scorpion into their A moving group and like fish them out, draw them away, and just try to buy time until your tech's in there. We're about 35 minutes in here for how long that series was. Should we just run another ad real quick here so we don't get bumped? Let's do that, actually. All right, guys, we're going to take a 3-minute break here. We're going to run an ad. You will not miss any content like this on our stream when we run ads. If you want to sub, you will not have any ads. We will be back at the Tassel Tussle in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Nope.
Yo.
Oh, gamers!
Oh. We're trying to figure out why Ziggy's not online. Oh my God. Tasteless, shut up. Shut up, Tasteless. Shut up, Tasteless. Is that all of them?
Yeah.
All right, we got it.
We get eliminated.
Nothing worse. Nobody hates listening to Tasteless more than Tasteless, okay? Sorry, we had a window open with the stream on. So we're trying to figure out why Ziggy can't join our game.
Yeah, there's some Steam bug that sometimes
A little bit
happens.
of chaos here in this event.
Oh, okay. Now it
He's
should
back. All right.
work. Nice. Excellent. We did it.
We did it. So we've got Ziggy versus Albino. Albino has also been streaming quite a bit. And I would check his stream out. He's been doing Battle Aces. Great player. I think he's tied for rank 1 in 2v2 with Theory.
Maybe, I don't know. I've been looking
that's what I
looking
thought.
at the 2v2s too much, to be honest. But
Ziggy is basically an ex-StarCraft 2 pro. Actually does some work at ESL as well. Resides in Korea. Is getting a PhD in Korean language.
true.
And is very good at Korean.
All my legs are intact.
1 second, guys.
We're gonna
sorry.
get the overlay sorted out here in a second.
I think it was.
Should we start walking?
And give us one more sec, guys. Just getting the overlay set up here.
Boop. All right.
Boop, indeed. So Ziggy's going to be in the top right. He's going for Gunbot. Ziggy's been loving the Gunbot play.
Oh yeah. Look at him just rallying one by one like a like a conga
It's like
line.
ants just marching towards some old sandwich on a park. Meanwhile, Albino's gone for Scorpions.
He's going to try to go for a flank maneuver here, setting one section up to the top side here, trying to get a nice little surround on some of these gun bots in the middle. Ziggy, nice micro, a Terran at heart. Try hard Terran as always, trying to get away with them stimmed up here. We'll be able to get in between and not really take too many losses there. So nice micro there from Ziggy.
So both players going for tech on 2 bases. King Crab, Destroyer versus Mortar Crusader. Now, Crusader... some people might have a hard time telling the difference between a Crusader and a King Crab initially. The Crusader is tankier but doesn't do splash damage.
Yeah, they're very tanky. They're super strong, not splash damage like you said. So a little bit more difficult to get them to work against large clumped units like the gunbots and scorpions and whatnot. But they honestly just don't die unless you have some really good anti-durable units. So. Albino does have destroyers in his composition, though, so that will definitely help out a lot if there are Crusaders on the field from Ziggy. But we'll see if he goes for them or the mortars, and it will be some mortars to start off here to get some space control to really stop these Scorpions from being able to dive too deep, but they're already pretty deep onto these gunbots in this corner.
Actually, I think this might be okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty sick setup. It just barely covers that. Ziggy's really good at this, by the way. I've spec'd a bunch of his games. I feel like he's definitely one of the best people in the whole game with these kind of pushes. So he'll set up out here, and he'll start to kind of reach out on the map and try to get in range and punish the third. But hold on a second. I mean, this is actually just a timing. Albino wants to come in here and crush. Albino with his beautiful white albino crabs is coming in on top of the mortars. All 3 are gone. And, I mean, I think Gunbots technically can, over time, whittle this down, but I don't think there's any recourse here for saving the base.
Yeah, that will get taken out, and the thing now is that crabs are so fast that they can actually now outrun the gunbots a little bit here, so we will be able to save a few of those as well. So as long as Albino can stay alive with this third base right here, he's going to be in an excellent position to eventually close out this game. Ziggy is now on a bit of a timer as he's not remade this third base, and he's continuing to make tech units like Mortars and Crusaders to try and do a nice big finishing blow of a counterattack to end this game. If he cannot do that, he's going to find himself in a really impossible situation.
Okay, Albino's going to wrap around. It does seem like having a good surround is so important in this game. Not having stuff kind of bunched up. Okay, here we go. He's going to come in. Oh, my God. These crabs in the back are going to just destroy these mortars. And it means it's just going to be Crusaders and Gunbots versus so many Scorpions and King Crabs. This game should be over, I think.
Yeah, that was incredibly well done by Albino right there. A massive flank setup. Very nicely done. Ziggy out in the first game. Some decent plays, I think, though. The mortar
Yeah.
play, I think, is... I think he got a little bit caught into some awkward spots there, perhaps, at first, and couldn't really continue to, I don't know, scale properly. But, I mean, Albino just king crabs, man. Just bulldoze right through.
Every time I see Ziggy play a game and lose, I think about that LG commercial that he was in. Go to YouTube and type in, if you're watching Moon... LG or something like that, like Moon, the Warcraft player, but they filmed, I'm in the commercial too as a caster, but they filmed a pretend match of Moon versus Ziggy, and Ziggy had to be the guy that was losing and act like that that raging gamer that's blaming his equipment. It's so funny.
He's pretty good in that, man. His acting was actually on point.
He should have won an Oscar for that.
Who cares about Timothy Chalamet? Give it to
No.
Ziggy.
Give it to the Zigs.
Ziggy.
The Zigglers.
What's his real name? Do you even know his real names? Like Simon
Ziggy
something?
and then a Polish last name.
Ziggerskobosh.
It's Sesman.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Nice. Ziggy pierogies.
Ziggy's. Pierogies, man. I haven't had pierogies in a while.
My grandma used to make them all the time because I'm actually Polish too. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Artosis is Polish too.
What the?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of Polish people out here?
Yeah.
Jeez, okay.
When you go to Poland, man, there's a lot of RTS people there.
That's true. That's true.
I remember playing StarCraft 1 and looking at the number of just people that were on like the whatever the foreigner server was, and just seeing like that many Polish flags. I'm like, what? That's wild. All right, guys, game 2. Right now, Albino up 1-0. Pretty straightforward game, to be frank.
Should we start
Yep.
walking?
Comps are going to be the same.
Ooh, one base
think-
rush though.
Oh,
Ready to
what?
smash.
King Crab rush coming out of Albino.
Now, I will tell you this. Recall's pretty good against the King Crab Rush. I think Gunbot's also pretty good.
You think so?
Yeah, Gunbots you got to just wedge. You got to wedge them somewhere where they can't get the surface area surround
True.
and sack some of your workers, but I think you're okay.
The other good thing about them, I guess, is that you can stay on the map the whole time and basically kite them to your base, which a lot of the other units, you can't quite do that. The speed and DPS of the Gunbots allow you to actually do that, similar to kind of like Marine Micro or like Blink Stalker Micro in StarCraft 2, where you would kite them across the map before they get to you. But I feel like once the King Crabs actually get there, they're really able to just squish the Gunbots really fast. The splash damage makes it really, really bad once they get on top of them.
Well, I don't feel like he should be on the map at all versus this build, because if you get caught, then you're going to be in trouble. Maybe he can kite a little bit. Also, with this rush, because I do this rush too, yeah, the 5 King Crabs, I will make destroyers after this and just have the destroyers shoot down their Crusaders. So this might come down to, like, it looks like Ziggy's almost dead, and then the destroyers finish him off. But look, he's really good with the stutter step micro. He's going to try to chisel this down as best he can.
Well, that King Crab actually gets DPS down pretty nicely there, but he's just trying to get as many Scorpions down as possible, so that way then the rest of the units can eventually get them. Going into the natural here with his Gunbots, it's kind of interesting. It's now going to split up the units here, but it's like also going to allow it for the King Crabs to get on top of some of them a little bit, and also onto the workers of the main base here.
Yeah, actually, he did a really good job. It looks like not that good initially because he's going to lose everything at his natural. I think he could still save this base. Well, actually, maybe not. But it allows you to basically get your Crusaders out, and the Crusaders are going to win the fight long term. So it's one base to one base now. So you got to remember that when you see this rush. You can see somebody lose an expansion and be like, oh, man, they're screwed. But actually, it's even now.
Yeah. And technically, the player that had expanded does have that little bit of extra boost of income that they got from the expansion still left over. So they do still kind of have a nice little window there where they will have some more units defensively. It seems like with the worker damage as well, though, it's starting to kind of even out a little bit. And Albino still does have a really good unit.
Are there destroyers coming up? There they are. They're there. So this is the killing move. This, if it's not controlled perfectly, mortars are out. The mortars are not being protected, though. Oh, I feel like he just had a bad position here. He needed to basically cover the mortars perfectly, and I think this game's actually over now. Yeah, there it is. So that rush, Scorpion, King Crab, and then the mortars come in. I think, I'm sorry, then the destroyers come in. I think mortars actually beat that, but you need to have them protecting everything.
Yeah. I think it was unfortunate that the mortars kind of spawned there, and then they were a bit out of position, and the Scorpions were not actually in front to buffer a little bit. Yeah, no, I think I'm kind of curious because I feel like Actually, I don't really know. I'm not seeing this type of rush that much, to be honest. I usually just don't. I don't know. I defend it with just, destroyers, and then I just watch them evaporate, and then I'm like, hey, I win the game. So seeing it without the destroyers on the defensive side it feels like there's a lot more opportunities just to have a lot of weird stuff kind of happen.
I probably won at least half my games just by immediately getting to their base and just crush. It's a good strategy, It's hard to deal with. I do think that Ziggy handled the first part of the rush pretty well because he had his gunbots pull away from his main base, and when he does that, it keeps most of the workers alive. The Crusaders come out, and they will beat the King Crabs and the Scorpions. Then you need 2 to 3 gunbots that just basically let you take a third again. And instead, his mortars came out late enough that when the push came in, the Scorpions and the Crabs actually hit the mortars at the top, so he didn't have anything protected.
We'll see if he wants to do a little bit of a switch up here with any of the units, or if he's going to even... we'll see if Albino even wants to do the same thing again. I wonder if you could just keep doing that King Crab rush just over and over again.
Man, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right?
Yeah.
And also, you're saving your other builds that you could use in the tournament.
It's true.
Okay, we're ready to go into... This is game 3 right now. Ziggy hoping to keep the reversal alive. Albino looking pretty fierce.
Look at them. They're doing the expansion chicken.
It's expansion chicken.
Ziggy's so afraid of that again.
Yeah.
That's really funny. Okay, they both did it.
Battle chickens.
Get the chickens from Stormgate and put them in here and make them fight.
I was trying to think of a lame catchphrase for like when we're casting battle aces, and I was like, tighten your braces. We're casting battle aces. Like, get the rubber bands on your braces. Like, it hurts. Teeth hurt. I don't know.
Oh, no. I don't even know what to say to that.
I don't know either.
That was awesome.
Okay, so this game, Gunbot's in the middle. He's going to be trying to play keep away. And he could end up actually surrounding him here.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice position here. So, oh, wow, the gunbots are actually so slippery. They can just get right between all of those Scorpions. Very nicely done. Ziggy is so good with this early gunbot micro. Very proficient at it. We'll even jump over to get a couple shots on the top here. And Albino's just kind of running to the bottom, just trying to get these gunbots somewhat out of position to also actually force a lot of the overclocks early, so that way then it's a little harder for them to run around. As you can see, only half of them actually had a cooldown available right then. So now it's going to get a little awkward, and now the Scorpions do have some opportunity here. As you can see, only a few of them actually able to run away will allow a surround to happen. And a couple more gunbots from Ziggy coming from the top side will start to save a few, but still a pretty decent trade there for Albino, I think.
You know, it's funny. When you watch this Gunbot play, it looks so busted. It's just so hard for the melee units to get him. But watch a Gunbot player when their workers get hit and the Gunbots are in the middle of the map. The game ends. So we have air tech here for Ziggy. Dragonflies are out. Sorry, what is the anti-air tech? He just has Hornets.
Yep.
So Hornets can win this fight.
Oh, but not when they're not even there at all. He's going to jump right on top of the Scorpions, trying to kill as many of those as possible on his way across the map here. We'll find those Hornets, and yeah, they will start to take care of those Dragonflies fairly quickly. They're also just such fast units that they can actually chase them. One of the few anti-air units that actually can do that in the game here. But now with Enforcers out on Ziggy's side, it's going to be a little bit more difficult here, and Albino definitely wants to back up here. Doesn't want to over-engage into those... What are these
Mammoths.
things? Mammoths. Sorry, they call them.
You scared me so badly. I was like Enforcers. I'm like, I don't know that
I don't know why.
I don't know that
why
unit. I'm freaking out now. Like,
did I just make that up? Is there even a unit called an Enforcer?
It sounds like it could be. It could be a unit in the game, 100%. In fact, that idea.
Sign me on Cap Games. I got great ideas for unit names.
That name is open source. Cap Games.
All right, he's getting on top of the units here in the middle. The Mammoth's actually getting pretty killed off pretty quickly here. The Gunbot's also getting absolutely destroyed once the Scorpions and Crabs able to get on top of them. The Dragonflies on the back end not able to do too much damage either. Actually, never mind, getting quite a few at the natural here. So it's actually forcing Albino to really be down on the economy. So this fight is really going to be important here at the front.
So he's going to try to push in further. He doesn't have to win with this attack, but he might anyways. 2 destroyers in the back. Now the destroyers. I mean, how good are they against mammoths? Actually,
They're kind of good, actually. Once you actually get on top of them, they actually
they-
do melt them pretty quickly. As you can see, they will get a
Yeah.
couple shots off. The problem is that their range is quite low, so it's hard to sometimes get in range to kill them off. But once they do, it does evaporate, and wow, everything is getting killed off here. The dragonflies on the other side also not really able to do too much here. Albino really getting a nice final shove into this natural.
yeah, this game is over. Ziggy did a good job with the dragonflies trying to be a nuisance, but I think Hornets just seem to. They're just not. It's not hard to get enough of them out to stop it and win that fight.
Yeah. A bit unfortunate for Ziggy. I think maybe his skills didn't get to shine too much in that series. I think he definitely has a
Yeah.
lot more to show for sure. I mean, his gunbot micro is extremely good, but I mean, to be fair, he didn't actually really switch it up too much to maybe find some Scorpion play or something else, maybe something that is used a little bit more often to maybe give him a more, what's the word, just a better position to then go into a mid game. Because it felt like some of these games
Yeah.
just kind of ended really short, and maybe he just kind of got in an awkward position with the tech transitions and whatnot.
I feel like I've messed with mortars a little bit. I would say I'm not very good at using them. And I think it's partially just because I did not play Terran in my StarCraft career. But I feel like the early part of the game is the hardest part. You need to basically have really good gunbot control and then really get the mortars set up. And after you get it set up, I think the game becomes a little bit easier. But Albino with that like 180-degree smash at the third base, that was wild.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to do it for our third best of 5 here. We're going to be going into our fourth. What is wrong with me? My fourth best of 5 here at the Tassel Tussle. Thank you for watching. And we'll have the editor cut there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like,
Like, what
I
are
was
you
like,
doing?
wait, are we cutting to a break right now? Or
Chase
like,
has lost his mind. Like,
you just walk up, put your headset down,
Yeah.
leave me here, don't touch anything. It's like that Trump video where he just like walks away from the stage. That's what's happening. Oh.
no, I want these to. We're gonna have this full tournament uploaded to my YouTube, but I also want to have the individual games uploaded. I want to see what kind of traction individual games get, but I'm trying to have some kind of a cut.
Anyway, so our next match is gonna be Sturgeon going
Sturgeon.
against Trigger.
So Sturgeon is another one of the boys out here in Korea.
yeah.
Sturgeon is a he's been residing here for how long has he been here? 10 years?
I don't know, a
I think-
while, man. I mean, his Korean is insane. He's like,
Yeah.
he's just a set guy in life out here. He's just such a,
He's
he's just a god person in general.
Sturgeon is he streams as well. I would say he has a little bit of a James Bond vibe when I watch his stream. Would you agree with this?
Yeah. I
There's a
kinda-
little bit of like a kind of there's a bit of a Jason Bourne element
Jeez. Oh,
to Sturgeon and when he's talking about his games. Like it's exciting. It's like he's defusing a bomb. He's got a coolness to him.
He's always like, oh,
Cool.
guys, this is going to be a crazy attack, guys. Watch this. Everyone, come on, guys. Look at this. Oh, my God, guys. I just killed all those king crabs. Oh, my God.
Check out his stream. This guy's actually a really talented player. He's I think he's top 3 or top 5 or has been Smash
He
player.
was.
Smash
oh,
Ultimate.
Yeah, no, he's so good
in
at
Korea,
any game he plays.
StarCraft 2 GM.
Valorant,
like really high
extremely
ranked.
good.
Yeah, Valorant. Yeah, he's actually a great player at chess. I play him in chess from time to time. I think he's top 5 or top 10 in Stormgate. He's like top. I think he's top 10 in this game. He's really good. Originally from the UK, but out here, married to a Korean woman, has been in Seoul for a decade.
Did you add Trigger? I don't see him on your friends list.
Here, I can open up Discord on this PC. One second.
Okay.
Okay, so Discord's open now. Is this our channel? Okay.
Yep. You're going to have to go up a bit.
Yeah, I'm scrolling up. Stand by, guys.
We're going to make sure we can find Trigger to get him inside here, but yeah.
Is
I
he
mean,
in here? Oh, no, I swear I added this. Can you tell him to check? I'll add him on Steam again.
Yeah, I asked him if he added.
Friends, add friend. Here's my friend code Tasteless. Uh-oh, I didn't add him. We should have lied. I'd be like, yeah, see, it's right there. See, I already added him. Idiot. He's got to send my invite. All right, so do you want me to click on the game? Point of screen?
Thank you.
All right, so he's going to be added. And this should be a good one. Trigger's really good. Trigger's also in Korea right now, right?
Yeah.
I want to meet him. I want to hang out. So we got Sturgeon ready to go. I think Trigger's out here. He's been hanging out with Estrella, who's also just got back into Korea. Do you want me to invite Trigger?
Wait, his servers are.
Oh, okay. Again, guys, thank you for joining us for the first ever Tassel Tussle. It has been fun. After this, we're going to be done with the round of 8. We're going to be going into the round of 4. We're going to be going from best of 5s into best of 7s. By the way, best of 5 seems fine.
Yeah.
For an amount.
For like the earlier rounds.
Yeah, for an earlier round, it seems like it's okay.
Mm-hmm. The real deal is going to come in a moment when we get to the best of 7s and then the best of 9 in the finals.
But we got to find that sweet spot.
Yeah.
This is a big problem with esports is that everything in esports is always more is better, and then you just end up with like insane. Like this actually happened at StarCraft 2, which was a problem. It's like the finals a lot of times became best of 7, which I get it. Like you want it to be longer than a best of 5, but then we almost always had like scores of 4-0, 4-1, or 4-2. We almost never had 4-3s. So I think it really is a balancing act between having what is fair for the competition, but also best for the viewer, but also it makes it the most hype. 4-2 is not so bad, says chat. Well, yeah, I mean, that's as close as you can get to it being as close as possible. 4-3 being the absolute best.
Okay.
Okay, we got our players in the game. And we're ready to go, man. Woo!
Ba-doop.
Sturgeon here in the bottom left versus Trigger in the top right.
Going straight for a king crab
Sturgeon.
rush.
Oh, my God.
You dirty boy. How dare
He's
you.
going for mud crab.
The mud crab build. I love that. What was the original mud something?
Mudman from
Mudman
StarCraft
build.
1.
Yeah,
The
the one base carrier
versus,
PvP.
yeah. You just turtle and you don't leave your base and they think you're stupid. Like you'll make a cannon at your ramp and they're like, oh, you're bad. I'm not going to try. And then 4 carriers come out and win the game. Okay. There's going to be a little tug of war here in the middle of the map. Gunbot's going to try to drive back the Scorpions.
I love the one wasp just to poke forward and scout ahead of the gunbots and just be able to track where the army is going at all times. That's actually sick. That's such a crazy play to do, and like to actually be so active with it the whole time is really, really good here. It's also going to allow him to scout exactly what the tech unit is going to be, if it is king crabs or shockers. Again, it's probably just king crabs, but it's just good to actually get the scouting confirmation.
So. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, Trigger's just so good with the actual multitasking that he's always going to be able to keep it alive and get the scout, too.
So let's see. I think he might do the variation of this build where he sends the one crab up to the natural and sends everything else into the main, but maybe not. I guess everybody does this differently than the way I understood it. They just go straight for the natural. Now, this does position this so that, gunbots can try to kite behind, but the Scorpions are going to hit from the side.
Very nice little pincer move here by Sturgeon. Is able to get on top of this natural here. At least needs to kill that to keep himself even. The Scorpions also getting on top of all of these gunbots. Unfortunately, not able to get the best trade possible there, but that does allow him to freely take the natural. And if you don't get the natural, then you're essentially dead in this type of style. So the way that Sturgeon plays this is that he's trying to make it so that way he at least trades, so that way he can be even on economy by getting his own natural up as well, and then eventually teching into a father tech.
So there's Crusaders out here. You always want to lead with the Crusaders. They're big damage sponges. Positionally, I think this still favors Sturgeon. I think he can make... First of all, you cannot take a third base because he's just going to kill it the moment it lands.
Yeah.
But also, it's hard to get out. You know, gunbots, they're not actually that fast. I know they look fast when they what are we calling it? Overclock? When you basically when you use stim on them, they're pretty good. But the issue is that when you have melee attackers that are fast, like scorpions and king crabs, you just sort of run by them and generate threats over there. Now Sturgeon's teching to falcons, as well as I think they're called airships, right?
Yep.
Okay.
But he's going to be going for falcons here. There's 0 anti-air here.
Literally.
So he's literally going to just try to sit here and just make as many falcons as possible and then counterattack to try and buy time to do that. So that way he can eventually win this game. He did beat Trigger on Laddery last night on his stream doing something very similar here. So can he do the same exact thing in a tournament setting, trying to delay Trigger as much as possible, getting on top of all of the worker lines with both sections of his army. He's able to wipe out all of that completely, but he's going to be losing the entirety of his army to do so.
Yeah, he's diving on these workers. No workers available over here at the natural. He might want to actually run out with the few guys that he has left over here. Okay, can we check the tech progression? So he's
Falcons
gonna
are ready.
Yeah, I think he's actually okay. So I think there's something like literally 4 workers at the main of Trigger. Okay, no, it's a little bit more than that, about 7. But the point is, it's really low.
There's no anti-air. He can't shoot the Falcons. He literally can't shoot them. And he has no money to actually tech into anything to be able to do. He has to try and DPS down through the army to then kill the main base.
Okay, now there is an attack above this. I don't know if it's going to be that easy to cover both these areas with Falcons. I know they're right next to each other, but the Falcon is painfully slow when you use it.
Yeah. It's the only bad thing about it. Everything else is insane.
It does feel like he should separate the Falcons and just push out in 2 different areas.
I mean, he's even able to get on top of these Crusaders and Gunbots on the bottom side. He doesn't even need the Falcons for this fight. They're just kind of sitting over here and defending the top side. Needs to make sure he doesn't go too far, because then he's going to get surrounded by the rest of the army up here. But this is looking incredible for Sturgeon.
It's super important you don't let the Gunbots target the King Crabs. They're actually, they kill him pretty quick. Okay, he's going to come in here with the Falcons from above. Now, look, this attack is never going to win the game, but at least it's buying time here for Trigger.
Yeah, that's the only thing Trigger is thinking about right now. He needs to buy time just the same way that Sturgeon was trying to buy time initially for the Falcons. Now Trigger needs to buy time for his own airships to kick in before these Falcons can get across the map. And to be fair, they take a really long time to do that. That's the biggest downside to them. And it seems like Steve doesn't even want to go for that. He does just want to... Actually, no, never mind. Okay, it looked like he was just kind of trying sitting at his third base here and just take the third base advantage. But he will eventually now start to send some of them across, maybe even just doing a little bit for harassment, it seems.
So he is going to set up as well to hit the natural expansion. Now, Dragonflies and airships are almost out here for Trigger, but the natural expansion may be the weak point. The Scorpions are going to come in here. He can wedge them in the back and just wipe these workers out. Meanwhile, the same idea here, only with Wasps going to the natural expansion. There's nothing over here to defend.
Gonna have to go and send all these newly produced Scorpions over to defend against this. Wasps do kill the workers a bit slower than the Scorpions, so only a few actually getting taken out. Meanwhile, literally every single worker getting killed at the natural here. But now the Dragonflies are out for Trigger, but the airships have been made in response, because obviously Steve has both those tech options available. He can still keep these Falcons safe, and his army supply is still in a nice advantage here in this upcoming fight.
Okay, he's going to try to push in again. I think the air superiority is just too good right now for Sturgeon. Oh, hold on. There's another attack over at the natural. I think that's just enough Scorpions. It doesn't matter. But the Dragonflies are going to wrap around. Now, the Dragonflies can wipe out all of the workers.
This is actually an interesting decision here by Steve. I mean, he's going to be going right across the map here to be able to actually try and end it. But, I mean, the Falcons are left at home, but they're not actually able to shoot air. He's going to try to get a couple airships, but that actually is going to be it. Sturgeon takes the first game against Trigger, which is something that I think maybe a lot of people will be a bit confused about, because obviously Trigger is the much more known player when it comes to this series.
Honestly, I'm not that surprised. I've known Sturgeon for a long time. He's just really good at like every game he plays. It's kind of crazy. So it's going to be a 1-0 lead right now. Actually, a great first game. Interesting to see the way the King Crab Rush plays out. The fact that it kind of forces the other player to try to counterattack, and then you just tech into air. It might have looked a little bit weird that Trigger kept attacking in. We didn't have anti-air, but the idea is that if he doesn't keep attacking in, the counterattack will kill him.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's pretty big.
No, I'm pretty hyped, man, for Sturgeon right now, dude. I mean, we
Yeah.
we theory craft a lot about this game. Actually, we're like always talking about this. He like gives me tips and everything, and we're just always talking about it. And he was pretty a little annoyed, I guess, at first when he saw that he had to play against Trigger in the bracket. But then last night he was able to take the game off him, and then he suddenly was like, "Hey, wait a minute, we can actually do this."
I
And
can
now here he
actually-
is, up 1-0 in the beginning of it. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's exciting. By the way, this game, Trigger, did he go for missile bots last time?
Nope.
No,
he did
right?
not.
So this is a small adjustment, maybe because of the air dilemma that he had to deal with in the last game.
Yep. I still love those, just like the single scouting unit sent across, just always keeping aware of exactly where they're going. It's a very nice play out of Trigger to be able to keep tabs on where these Scorpions are
It's gotta
going.
be wild being a gunbot running away, just making eye contact while boosted running backwards.
Can't catch me, can't catch me.
Okay, so he's gonna try to hit that Scorpion. This is just gonna be 3-base play. Sturgeon's teching, right?
Yep, going into the Falcons yet again.
So
So he's disrespecting the missile bots here.
Yeah, so he might just go for a straight-up push. Falcons, I think, might be able to take on missile bots. I
Yes.
know they changed this unit. For a little while, the missile bot was actually, like, probably too strong.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I never lost anything air-related with it,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it had a nerf. I think it's a pretty good unit. I think it pairs pretty well with the gun bots as is.
It's definitely overall the best anti-air tier 1. The thing is that Falcons are just so good against all tier 1 anti-air. So even though there are a lot of gun bots out on the field right now, Sturgeon thinks that that is not really an issue, and he's going to try and just push the Falcon card anyway and just try to go for some massive push here to
Dude.
just completely overrun it.
Trigger's on 4th base.
That's kind of crazy.
Wow. Sturgeon takes his 3rd right before the Falcon tech can really come out here. You can see how hard it is to deal with the gun bots with Scorpions or Crabs here.
Yeah, they are able to kite them extremely easily here. I mean, the missile bots also being able to overclock with them also can stay out of range and not get surrounded by the Scorpions or anything. But the Falcons are going to start coming out now, and that's going to make it much more difficult for these fights to actually swing towards Trigger's favor because the Falcons just do so much damage. And if you can keep the missile bots away from the Falcons and they can't target fire them, it can get extremely deadly really quickly here. And now Steve's going to try to go in.
Now, Sturgeon is actually staying... Well, Trigger's keeping Sturgeon out of range, so the Falcons are barely being utilized here. He's going to switch. He might move up into the expansion to try to kill workers here.
He's going to be able to get a couple of those, which is quite nice, but the rest of the Scorpions are dying over on the bottom side here. This army is essentially all missile bots, actually, which is kind of crazy. A few lone Falcons actually getting segmented away here. And the other one's also at the top getting a bit over eager here. So Sturgeon actually kind of misplaying it a little bit with a couple of his Falcons. Will actually lose them, and a bit of a weird trade-off here as he's actually losing quite a few units.
I feel like he's really behind right now. I think what we got to do is see if he can actually even survive this next attack. I mean, 4 base versus 3. I know that there's no workers at the 3rd base for Trigger. But, I mean, with the number of missile bots he's got here, he's actually got maybe almost too many missile bots. I feel like he could have a couple more gun bots in here. But he's going to try to push this 3rd base.
Yeah, he's really doing the micro very well here. Sturgeon is just trying the best to keep the Falcons out of range of the missile bots, because if they can get dived on, they will eventually get killed off here. And there goes one right there. Nice target fire by Trigger. But the Scorpions are really starting to thin out here on the ground. It's very difficult to actually keep them going for this long. But, I mean, the Falcons actually, they deal so much damage. These fights look so awkward. It keeps looking like the Scorpions are going to thin out, and then we can just jump on the Falcons. But it doesn't actually work that way because the Falcons also take forever to die.
Yeah, the Falcons are very tanky. Again, there's so many missile bots here. It really is the combination of having the Falcons and something on the ground to kind of push. Now, he's almost in range of this base. Remember that the workers have now respawned over here. Good control here by Sturgeon, by the way. You can actually micro the weaker units to a side where they're going to be a little bit harder to reach.
I'm just looking at this, honestly, and just kind of... I'm actually just trying to learn this because it's actually so hard to
so
kill
crazy.
off
It's
Falcons.
like- yeah.
There's literally zero tech here from Trigger. He's just sitting on 4 bases, just trying to spam out as many missile bots as possible, trying to out-micro these slow freaking little units that just barely move but deal so much damage and take so much hit points. And I mean, he's just slowly getting pushed back and back. You can just see how difficult it actually is to get favorable trades as the anti-air player against these Falcons unless you have tier 2 air.
It's funny because like this is organically moved into the natural. Like I don't think that was the plan, but that's like where the fight's been happening. The workers are being killed off at the third base here. Or no, there's a Falcon. And he takes out that. I think actually Sturgeon's going to win 2-0.
Dude.
This is insane. Look at this.
Falcons are crazy, bro. They just don't die. It's like so hard to get on top of them. You need tier 2
He's
air.
going to stutter step micro back into Sturgeon's base with the missile bots. All right, GG.
Oh my god, dude. Sturgeon. Look at him go, man. The gamer himself. I'm so proud of this little guy, man.
That was impressive.
I say little guy. He's like 10
he's-
years older than me.
Yeah, I think he's bigger than you too.
yeah.
In every sense, he's bigger than you right now, right?
Especially in
Gemini?
this video game
Yeah.
right now.
That was one very different game, I got to say. You know, we've had a couple best of fives that kind of look like each other, which obviously that makes sense. I mean, we're all kind of being influenced by each other's ideas. But that was very different. That was very cool. It's kind of funny because it looked like that fight was probably supposed to happen over the third.
Yeah.
And then eventually it's like, because the
We're
kind
just
of,
slowly
he just moves into the natural, and then, yeah. It was,
I guess we're fighting here now.
I guess this is where it's going
you
down.
you can't really pick your fights yourself as the Falcon player. You kind of just have to go wherever the other person's kiting away from you from and just continually chase them, because otherwise you're just going to get surrounded or something.
It's so funny. Like, I've had a little bit of this experience with Cat Bus. It's not kind of the same idea, but I just sort of rush into Cat Bus, and it seems like if you get enough Cat Buses and you just micro them so you don't lose the first couple of them, if they just have tier 1 anti-air, you can overtime start to win the fight.
Yeah.
You can start to snowball the game. We're going to be going into game 3 right now. Again, if you're watching this on YouTube, like and subscribe. Let me know what you think about this tournament in the comments section, what you think about the games that you're seeing. That helps me get content like this to people like you. Also, please go to tastelessthreads.com, my merch site. We've got a lot of cool stuff up there. Now we're into, this is game 3. Right now, Sturgeon up 2-0. Trigger, who was clearly the favorite in this, sticking with Gunbots again. He needs to win 3 games in a row. If Sturgeon takes 1 more, he's going on to the Final 4.
Yeah, there's going to be a change this time out of Trigger as well, going for the Blink Hunters here instead of the Missile Bots. Going to try to do something a little bit different to possibly deal with the follow-up Falcon play that's Sturgeon might be trying to go for yet again. And there it is. It's been working two games so far. Might as well keep going for it.
Bird lady, Sturgeon guy.
I mean, we literally were talking about this last night as well. We were like, dude, the Falcon is so hard. We don't even. What do you even do against this unit? And he's like, yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. Here he is, continuing to go
Sturgeon's
for
our
it.
crazy bird lady. I dig it. This is. Let's see if Trigger can figure this out.
Yeah.
If he can see what the solution is. We don't have any definitive tech yet.
I mean, it looks like he's just going to go for Blink Hunters is what it's going to be. He's not
Yeah.
got an anti-air unit. He's got Dragonflies, but it's not really a specialist against anti-air. So he's going to try to go for the Blink Hunters and see if they can use that extra mobility to try and blink under the Falcons and really abuse the slow pathing of the unit itself.
Okay, he's going to try to come down. This is really going to come down to, can you basically stop this before it starts, if that makes any sense. A little counterattack. All right, he's coming in, pushing this position down here. He's going to let this his expansion soak some damage, then try to push back up.
Falcon's going to slowly start to streamline in here one at a time as he gets the resources. The third base here from Trigger a little bit faster. So Sturgeon, should actually keep this alive. He needs to keep this alive, otherwise he will slowly start to get outmassed here by Trigger.
He needs to have enough Scorpions that there's kind of a meat shield here on the bottom that can basically tank and soak damage. He's just now going to get his new, the dive!
Wow. That was really nicely done by Trigger there. Really abusing the Falcons before they can get in mass here. Wow, that was actually clinical by Trigger. That was insane.
Dude.
Talk about adaptation. Oh my god.
He just crushed that. That was a really great game. That's really impressive to see that transition.
Something tells me we're not going to see another Falcon the rest of this series.
Yeah. You could say his wings were clipped in that game.
Ooh, a Birdman can't fly anymore.
We're going to go to game 4 now, guys.
That was quick and dirty.
That was Well, that's why you always want to have a good a series, right?
Yeah.
Because like
yeah.
that game, it's like, okay, he doesn't know how to deal with Falcons. He has not got the solution. By the next game, he's got the solution.
Yeah, yeah. That's pretty cool how this works. Like just the whole idea of being able to adapt decks in between games and whatnot to really just initially or immediately counteract whatever your opponent has been seemingly winning with. And I mean, yeah, great adaptation here from Trigger. Now it's going to be on Sturgeon. Will he continue to go for this Falcon play and just be like, okay, maybe there's something I can do to counter this Blink Hunter play and maybe make this work a little bit better? Or should we just abandon it altogether and try for something else?
I don't know. We could go back into King Crab play. Sturgeon, I've seen him do a lot of different techs as well. You know, he's gone for Gunbot pushes. In the game I casted where you played him, it was like Crusader Gunbot push. Did a pretty good job there, too. We're now into Game 4, everybody. Let's do this.
Ooh, Stingers as the other unit of choice out of the Starforge from Sturgeon here. That's actually very interesting. Actually, Blink as well. Both double Blink here for Trigger. Normal Blinks and Blink Hunters. Interesting choices. I'm very curious what this Stinger choice is going to be here for Sturgeon.
Yeah, this is interesting. He's going to send Scorpions out in 2 different directions here. And, you know, a bit of a chase over here. You got to be careful when you're have stray Scorpions on the map versus Blinks. Now, this is a great move. He can go and try to wedge in here. He doesn't even want to engage with the Blinks right now.
Oh, yeah. He just wants to get on this worker line as soon as possible. Yeah. We'll be able to do that. I mean, the problem with Blinks mostly is that they are fairly low DPS. They do take a long time to actually kill off any units. Their mobility is great, but they can't really kill things super fast in low numbers. They need that big ball of them to be able to all blink together and with the power of friendship to kill all the units. But unfortunately, there weren't quite enough there just yet. Lots of workers getting killed off, so a nice little move in the beginning here for Sturgeon as he's teching up into the Falcon and Stinger. So this is what I'm curious about, because obviously he's going straight into Falcon as he did the last 2 games, but can he just easily bait and switch this and just go right into Stingers, which end up being a super powerful ground tech?
That's, I think, the play is with this type of Starch 4 tech, it's ambiguous what type of gameplay you're going to be up against. Could it be the slow-moving Falcon pushes? Could it be the high-paced, Stinger kind of rundowns that we've seen? I guess not in the Tassel Tussle yet, but in a lot of other games, you know, with good players where they just sort of...
Oh, sick move out of Trigger, but maybe a little bit over-eager as he's only able to get 1 initially. The second one stayed alive for quite a little while there. I mean, I love the snap decision-making. Unfortunately, misclicking again, doesn't actually get the focus fire. Will be able to pull it back is Sturgeon, really forcing these Blinks to overcommit in the places they maybe don't want to, and Sturgeon taking a nice trade and keeping just a few enough of these Stingers alive.
Okay, but he's got no anti-air right now.
He does have Blink Hunters on the back end somewhere, hopefully. These Dragonflies are going to really chase him down.
Okay, just going to try to kill some workers over here. Thing is, Blink Hunters, this is like actually not easy to chase down. These are pretty quick units.
Yeah, Dragonflies are so annoying how fast they can dart between these 2 middle bases here.
No, I mean, it's really abusive on this map. Oh my god.
Oh, keep it in the back. No, Sturgeon loses it. Unfortunately, he won't be able to continue on with this fight as he's so busy trying to deal with these Dragonflies over on the left side. Will now go in with the Scorpions over here, but there's a... I almost called it.
You mean Enforcers?
I almost called it an Enforcer. I don't know why Why do I think this thing is called an Enforcer? I don't know.
Every once in a while, I have my own name for a unit or an ability, and I find out later, I'm like, oh, no one calls it that? Okay.
Anyways, so unfortunately, Trigger, for Sturgeon, that is, unfortunately, Trigger's able to defend against that, and we'll start to pick apart this third base here as well as the Dragonflies. They're nice blink forward again. Trigger's so decisive with these moves.
Okay, so Trigger really keeping the pressure on here. Sturgeon being abused right now, by the way. No workers. Like, you don't have to kill a base to basically win this. Another blink in. God, the DPS on the Blinks, Blink Hunters isn't that great either. Oh, I think this game's over.
Yeah, this is looking a bit rough now all of a sudden for Sturgeon. The Blinks going on top. The Blinks are just so sick out of Trigger here, getting on top of these Stingers. I mean, it seemed like he almost predicted Sturgeon to go for this deck, switching into Blinks himself to be able to counter that.
It's funny because, like, the Blinks just beat the Stingers. I think for Sturgeon's sake, I think he needs to be more conservative with the stingers until he has like 5 or 6. Because when you only have, you know, the one stinger, they will blink in, they will kill it, they will lose a couple blinks, it doesn't matter, and they'll get away.
I'm kind of curious. Sorry, I am kind of curious if Sturgeon will stick with the stingers because I feel like there was still opportunity there. I think that was just a micro gap situation.
I think you're probably right. I don't know that he will do it, but I think if you just get enough stingers, I think that's not an issue because they blink into the stinger shots. But when you have stray units and you haven't accumulated enough where you have that power behind it, it's a different story.
Yeah. This is the second Game 5, actually, Theory, right? We had the first one with State against
Theory.
Wait, yeah, Theory. What, you played in a Game 5? What are you talking about? What? I forgot I was in this tournament. Nice, excellent.
Yeah, and after this, we're going to be going into the round of 4. I think we'll have a little bit of a longer break here. We're just going to eat some food real quick here, maybe like a 10-minute break.
Fill up the gamer tummies.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of gamer fuel in there. Burning a lot of calories, yelling about battle aces. Okay. Is it going to be tech? Oh, it's a little bit of
expansion chicken. They're not doing anything.
Look at this.
Dude, this is I panic now as the host. Like, did I? Yeah. They said they were ready.
No, what I do is I'm like, all right, now I'm taking 2 bases immediately. Build up that many resources.
All right, they finally both expand. Just gonna sit. They're just playing a little fun game, keeping the host on their toes here. Being a bit scared that I started the game too early. There's no in-game chat, so it's really annoying. Like, I have to go into Discord to confirm if they're ready. And then we're talking. I'm not quite sure if they're actually still ready or not. It's like, oh, it's so annoying. But thankfully, they're here, and they're actually playing. It's going to be another Scorp versus Gunbot game here. So back to the Gunbots from Trigger. Not going to stick with the Blinks. I'm really actually curious what his decision was to go into Blinks just for that game and now coming back to the Gunbots.
Yeah, it seems a little bit circular, like kind of the tech choices. You know, it's funny, though. I think Sturgeon had the success when he was versus the Gunbots, right?
True.
All right, this is a good engage over here.
He's going straight into the Falcons again. He just wants to keep trying to go for that. I mean, it was working the first 2 times. Maybe now he's thought a little bit and said, okay, maybe there is still a way that I can make this work against the Blink Hunters. Goes in now with some Scorpions on the right-hand side. We'll force all these Gunbots and Blink Hunters back over here, and meanwhile the other one's going to try to DPS down this third base just a little bit, as it's going to take a little bit of time for the rest of these units to actually get over here.
Yeah, you know, Blinks, they don't have that much mobility on the map. They're good tactically when you're in the vicinity. I don't feel like Sturgeon should attack here. Yeah, running away is a wiser move.
Tech's about to finish up here with the Falcon, so that'll help him. But again, the thing here, the last time this happened is that Trigger was just so decisive when the Blink Hunters came out and was able to focus fire the Falcons one at a time before they could get critical mass. It's going to be up to Sturgeon here to keep them maybe on a high ground position or something, but that's just going to mean that this third base could easily get taken out.
Okay, he's got to be careful. Sturgeon does not want to bleed off too many Scorpions. He needs to keep these underneath the Falcons.
Oh, and there's the blink forward. Unfortunately, putting them a little bit too far forward will get blunked on, and that's going to be 3 dead Falcons right away. But getting a nice surround by the Scorpions as well. We'll be able to bleed some of those out. There was a counterattack in the meantime on the right side with some Scorpions, which was delaying a lot of the reinforcements from Trigger. And Sturgeon needs to come back here. He cannot be going out this far on the map right now. He needs to get a large amount of Falcons to be able to actually push this out.
Yeah, I'm worried that the Falcon count's already too low.
Yeah,
He almost sniped another one. Sturgeon needs to take the weak Falcons and just actually remove them from this fight.
Yeah, we need to move them back a little bit. I agree.
Like, you don't have to just have them in that group.
I'm just on the edge of my seat right now. As much as we're supposed to be unbiased during casting, I want my friend Sturgeon to win this game. I really want to see it. Oh, sick blink from Trigger, though. Getting a nice Falcon snipe. That's really what needs to get done here, is he needs to keep this Falcon count as low as possible without bleeding off too many of his own units here. And he's doing a great job of that. I mean, Sturgeon, sorry, I keep calling him by his other name. He's at least is keeping a lot of his Falcons alive as much as possible compared to the first time this happened. So he is staying alive. Unfortunately, that one doesn't get picked off just now. It does get killed off. I mean, this is getting a little bit rough now for Sturgeon.
Okay, Sturgeon, I mean, the targeting on the Falcons is going to be too much. The last Falcon's going to go down. I think that actually is game. I think denying the Falcon accumulation was key here. And I don't believe there's any way it's physically possible for Sturgeon to stop the push. I mean, the push can just keep coming out.
Yeah, this is looking really good now for Trigger. The micro has been just so on point. Sturgeon, unfortunately, up 2-0 from the beginning, loses out, will get reverse swept here by Trigger in the end.
That was wild. Well, I got to say, it's going to be a very exciting round of 4. Sturgeon put up a great fight back there. Cool to see in that series the kind of figuring out of the opponent's tech. Like, how do you do? We were watching in real time as Trigger couldn't deal with the Falcons. And I think one of the most memorable games of the whole event so far was Game 2.
Yeah,
where Sturgeon pushed all the way into the second base.
The slowest push of all time that happened to go into the natural.
But then you could see by Game 3 and 4 and obviously 5, Trigger figured it out. He was like, okay, I've made the right adjustments. Kind of focused directly on killing the strategy in its crib versus trying to play for a victory way later on. And so it worked out.
Yeah. No, that was really interesting to see. I mean, the decisiveness and just like pure killer instinct with that Blink Hunter style was actually so sick to see, because obviously I have been losing to that type of style extremely often. So now that I see a nice way to kind of just kill the Falcons before they can actually get off the ground is pretty good here. So yeah, just really nicely done by Trigger. Excellent adaptation.
All right, guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to run some ads, and we're going to be back with the round of 4 and the finals. So don't go away. Be sure to follow, subscribe, all that stuff. We appreciate you guys being here for the Tassel Tussle, the first ever here. Battle Aces Tassel Tussle. And we'll see you in a little bit. Don't go away. We'll be right back. we're back. Thank you for waiting, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks, says we had to eat some Subway sandwich.
Oh, the gamer tummies are full.
We have full bellies and are ready to go into this round of 4 now in the Tassel Tussle.
Yep.
Whoa.
These are going to be best of 7s now, no more best of 5s.
Yes.
We got the full series starting to happen here.
It's been a great tournament so far. And so to start things off, we're going to be having Parting versus
Theory.
Theory, yeah. Okay, so these are two guys who are teammates. They're good friends. They train not just in Battle Aces, they train in Stormgate together. So this is always a matchup that's I find especially interesting because they know each other inside and out. They understand how each other think. They've no doubt practiced a ton and labbed out different ideas. So there may be, as I've said before, if you've heard me casting for some time now, there may be strategies and ideas at play that we can't even understand. You know,
We're just mere mortals.
Yeah,
we don't even understand.
it's like, does a
what's happening.
fly know the size of the universe? Try to ask my cat what money is. It's like that. So we're going Theory and Parting up in the overlay here. Guys, do tell your friends to join us. This has been really fun. And, you know, let me know if you like this kind of content. It's a little bit of extra work to organize, but I'll tell you, man, it's a lot of fun to just kind of, I don't know, put it together and see the games pan out. Also, it's, you know, on a totally selfish level, it's really helpful for me in my play, you know.
Yeah, no, for real. Like, I'm learning so much, especially from that last series, to deal with Falcons and everything, so... It's very nice to see the pro gamers in action.
It's even nice to see that the King Crab one-base play has use, where I'm like, oh, okay, so I'm not a piece of garbage for doing that. All right, like, that's nice. Now, this game, it's going to be Theory, Wasps. I don't know. This is another whole problem I have. It's hard for me to say wasps.
Wasps.
I don't know. It's apparently not an easy word for me.
Whispering to your cats while you're saying it. Wasps.
So he's going to come in here, and he's going to be hitting the recalls. Now, the recalls are going to have to wedge themselves in between the worker lines. But remember, when new recalls come, he can't move these back here. So he has to have everything else that comes out be Scorpion. So far, the hold here from Parting is looking pretty perfect. This is a one-base all-in, by the way. This is only Wasps coming out.
No tech as well.
No tech. Nothing, nada. And so I don't know how long this could even go on for.
Yeah, that was a great initial hold. Oh.
Woo! And that's what I call Battle Aces. Well, there you have it.
This is Battle Aces, everybody. Welcome. Yeah. You know those.
Listen, guys, if you want to get your friend into Battle Aces, you show them that game. All right. They say, "What's it about?" You say, "Well, watch Party versus Theory in Game 1."
You know with the Valorant where like there's like all the abilities happening all over the screen, you can't understand what's happening. It says welcome to Valorant. Show that game. Welcome to Battle Aces.
Welcome to Battle Aces.
Well, that was fun, guys.
Well, I think we definitely got a confidence check for who feels like they should win this between Theory and Parting.
Yeah.
Now this is going to go into Game 2 here. There's no way Theory tries that again. I will tell you.
What if he does?
Yeah,
what if it's 4 games
Wasp
of that?
games in a row, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm glad that's not the end of the tournament. So, in my experience, I've found some of those one-base Wasp rushes to be actually very hard to hold. I think Parting did a really good job.
It looks so dumb and simple, but it's actually sometimes so hard to do that.
It's
especially with recalls, because recalls actually just get DPS'd out by Wasps super fast.
Yes.
Like if you get stuck in a bad position once, you will just die.
Yeah. So this game, it's going to be Blink and Blink Hunter for Theory, Recall and Scorpion here for Parting. Again, I've been intrigued to see a lot of these players that go for just anti-ground with their 2 Tier 1 units.
Yeah.
Composition.
The whole idea, I think, is just because, like, kind of what I was talking about last series, is that the anti-ground is actually just generally not good against air units, which is kind of funny. Like, their whole point is that they're supposed to kill air units, but they don't actually do it that well when the opponent's unit is a Falcon, which is so usually very good. So they just kind of go for 2 ground units to kind of have a really interesting, well-rounded comp that can maybe do some interesting different things on the map. But speaking of on the map, we've got a bunch of Scorpions in the main base here and a lot of Blinks in the middle of the map doing some damage to both of each other's things, both one of them to the mineral line, the other to the actual army size. A lot of units actually getting killed off here. A lot of workers getting killed off here from the initial Scorpion attack from Parting. Blinking forward as well is Theory, trying to get on top of these recalls now to pressure this third base a little bit.
Yeah. The Scorpions are going to come back again. You know, Blinks, when they're out of position, it really hurts. It takes a long time to get to these Scorpions. The Scorpions and kill workers pretty damn fast. Actually not both sides. Just one side. Parting going to be taking a third base while Theory is staying back. So Parting with the multitasking is juggling really, really nicely here. And I think we're going to start to see Theory really feel it. You know, it's tough. Theory's teching up to King Crab Destroyer, so he's going to have a strong push. Conversely, it is Starforge tech right now for Parting. He's going to be getting Dragonflies. I didn't realize he actually uses the Cat Bus as well. I feel like we don't see a lot of pros use that. I am a big fan of the Cat Bus. But
the Cat Bus is really good, honestly.
It's like a carrier.
I saw there was a game in one of the Roddy best of sevens last night that someone was super far dead like the entire time, but then they were able to get Cat Buses out, and the opponent just didn't have the correct tech out to deal with them, and we were able to barely win out this kind of crazy comeback game. So Cat Buses definitely can find a lot of damage if you're not really prepared for them, because they just are so beefy and just do so much damage so quickly, and are surprisingly still kind of fast too. They can kind of stay alive for quite a while.
Okay, so the recalls are just going to try to move in here. I think he wants to see what he can get done. A lot of times when you have a good lead, you might as well just push with the recalls. It's not like they can counterattack you, you know? Just see if you can get some snipes off, do some damage. Now here comes that counter push. He's going to send a couple King Crabs around to the back. The Dragonflies are out.
Oh my god, this is going to do so much damage. There's so few Blink Hunters here right now, and they're just getting absolutely jumped on, getting completely annihilated. The rest of the units trying to go over to the third base here, but they're getting pretty trapped here by the rest of the recalls. A lot of units also counterattacking at the natural. That's going to do some pretty decent damage, but the recalls will be able to just go right over and kill everything off. So it's a suicide for the worker line here, but there's nothing out to deal with this number of Dragonflies. There's more Dragonflies than there are Blink Hunters, and that is going to be an absolutely losing situation for the Blink Hunters in any scenario. Parting coming out with a nice quick 2-0 to this series.
It's crazy how concise and fast these games are. That's going to be a 2-0. Fingers crossed we don't have a 3-0. I'd like to get some more games out of these two players, but I mean, man, it's
kind of crazy as well, because like a lot of times in the games that I play, I'll get kind of stuck on 3 bases, just kind of doing like back and forth, like on tier 2 tech almost as well a lot of times. And like this doesn't necessarily feel correct. Like I feel like a pro player would be like getting, you know, like 4 bases and always getting the high tech, and the games last a really long time. But then I watch these pro games as well, and then it's also just these super quick, again, super decisive moves where, again, this tug of war between 3 bases. It's actually kind of hard for players to find the room to actually get 4 bases and get the super high tech.
I agree.
Every game, like a lot of these games do go really quickly.
Well, we're gonna get into game 3. For now, I mean, I don't know, man. These have been so one-sided. I guess I still have the vibes of the 1-base Wasp Rush. Here, I'm like, God, that was so quick. Again, if you win, you look like a genius. If you lose, it's just like,
yeah,
all right.
He literally left in the middle of my statement trying to analyze the game. I'm just like, well, okay.
All right.
Yep, that's that then.
Okay. It's going to be Blink Scorpion here for Theory. So he is not going to be going for the Blink Hunters here. So obviously he has to have a different play versus Air Tech.
Yeah, he's got the airship in the Starforge situation, so he should be able to go for that if he really feels like he needs to.
It's going to be Blinks coming out here, putting pressure on. Again, you got to be careful when you move out with Blinks. I guess it doesn't matter because recalls were made here, but had he gone Scorpions, Parting could have ran by, you know. By the way, you know, recalls and Blinks, they can seem pretty similar. Recalls are a little bit tankier. Blinks are a little bit faster. Obviously, they're a lot faster when you consider they can also blink forward or blink away. Whoa.
Was not expecting him to actually blink over there. A little bit of a bait and switch. We'll be able to jump on a few of them, get some nice trades there. If you can actually shave off a few of these recalls here in the early stages before they're actually getting their recall off, I think you might actually find some position to potentially snowball it even as the blinking player. A lot of blinks getting thrown out here right now because there's 0 third base coming out from Theory right now, trying to really hammer it home, maybe trying to abuse the fact that he did kind of catch off a few of those recalls right at the beginning. And this is looking like a pretty, maybe it's too early to say, but a pretty dead third.
I mean, the recalls certainly aren't getting the surface area they need. There's still a healthy amount of blinks here in the back. More Scorpions are going to be streamlining through over here, but they start to thin out. And the combination of Scorpions and recalls here, it looks like this is beginning to seesaw in the other direction. And again, 2 base versus 3. I mean, the reality is, if you can actually just get your third base up and hold off a 2 base push, you're pretty winning in that situation.
I think it was a little unfortunate for Theory that his army was kind of stuck towards the bottom of the base. So it kind of made it so it was very difficult for him to actually poke back and forth and actually continue to get damage done onto the base itself. But at least now he is starting to get a couple more Scorpions out. Oh, forward blink as well here, trying to really take advantage of this situation before more recalls can come in to reinforce here. But I'm not sure if that was actually the correct decision, as all of a sudden they are now coming in, and that's going to be another quick game coming out from Parting. Jeez, man. What in the world are we watching now?
That was wild. Okay, well, that's that. Parting 3-0's Theory.
Well, best of 7.
Oh, I'm sorry, best of 7. What am I talking about? Oh, my God. Yeah. All right, Game 4. Game 4, let's get into it. Sorry, everybody. Still in the best of 5 mindset there. And, yeah, let's see if Theory can come up with something. I got to say, right now, these games have not been that complicated. It just seems like it starts out as a tit-for-tat, and then Parting makes like 3 or 4 really good moves, and now the game's unwinnable for Theory.
Yeah, it's... I saw the idea that Theory was going for with that one, with like just trying to really just bulldoze it after the initial trade of the blink versus the recall there. And I think he did have an opportunity, but like I was saying, I felt like he kind of got stuck at below the third base, so he couldn't really do that back and forth thing to continually pressure the third base, because he got it down really low at first, but then he wasn't able to continue pressuring that at all. He had to basically just get forced back, and he couldn't really leverage that position in any better way. So then he just kind of got snowballed on.
You know, it seems like a lot of these times when one player has recalls and they're getting pushed, if you mess up the push at all, you're done.
Yeah.
Like recalls, they're slow and they do die kind of fast if you have just a few of them. But like when you overextend into recalls, it feels like the game is over.
Yeah. If they're actually kind of smart about it too, you can even use them almost like blinks, because you can choose where you recall your units to, essentially, if you do it right. So if you're like wedged in the back by the resources and they're attacking you there and you get a good trade, you can then technically recall in the front of the base, so you're technically blinking forward like a large distance, then get even more shots, so you can continue to snowball it. So you can really kind of punish some players that just go too deep.
That's a really good point. Yeah, you see a lot of these players, they have their recalls tucked at the third behind the workers, and it looks like they're, it's 50-50, and then suddenly it becomes immediately clear, no, the recalls are going to win. The melee units run out, and then, that recall on top of the third again is like a blink forward. That's a really good point. So we're going to go into Game 4. At this point in time, Party needs one more win to move on, and Theory needs to win every single game from here on out.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big task up ahead of Theory for sure.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what the switch up is going to be, because surely something different needs to be coming out here from Theory, and it's an instant King Crab Rush of all things.
A little bit of Mud Crab.
I'm surprised we're seeing so much of this today, actually. I didn't think it was... I thought we would see it here and there, but we've been getting a lot. This is like the 3rd time so far already.
Mud Crab is good, man. I have had a lot of success with it myself. Chat's kind of roasted me.
And when we know Tasteless can get success from it, we know anyone can.
We know that you have to have super high IQ to pull it off, is what we know. So he's going to come out on the map with the recalls. I guess you might as well, since you can always just go back.
Yep.
By the way, this is when you use recalls, by the way, they don't recall immediately. You got to be careful. The damage can accumulate if you're not careful, if you're not really fast. units do heal in this game, but not quickly. So, like, that damage they took, that's actually kind of permanent.
Oh, what they do? They actually heal?
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
know that at all.
Yeah,
I
but
just
it's
assumed
really
it was
painfully
permanent.
slow. Yeah, no, it's not permanent.
Oh, that's wild.
Maybe like at the rate of like a StarCraft 1 Zerg unit or something.
Right. That's very good information to have. Nice.
I
All right,
can't believe he's out on the map with these. This is crazy. Does this work?
I mean, I guess you could just keep recalling them is the thing here. It's going to be a fast Dragonfly switch for parting here to try and destroy this King Crab Rush. We'll see if it ends up working. We've got a couple of Scorpions going into the main base to try and draw the recalls out, and the rest of it goes to the natural. Yet again, we're trying to just kill the base to even up the economy at least, and that is now guaranteed. So now Theory is in the position to kind of choose what he wants. Does he want to just initially expand behind this, or does he want to go deeper and try to continue on? He's going to try to go for the expand while killing off some of the workers with the King Crabs.
And so in this position, you should be in an economic lead, but do you have anti-air tech? I mean, I guess he's probably fine, actually. What is that, 3 Dragonflies coming across the map? So
yeah, it's only 3.
yeah. So 3 is a laughable amount. I mean, you can just get enough recall blinks.
Laughable. That was such a like a harsh term. Like, oh, these. It's
Well,
like not even a threat. Like this, look at him even trying. What an absolute loser.
No, but I
Let's
mean,
all laugh at parting as his Dragonfly.
I'm like,
see
not as
anything.
players,
Ha,
but as
ha.
casters. But no, but I mean, they can't really engage. God, butterflies are so fast, though. Look at this.
They can wedge them in pretty deep in the corner here as well. It's going to force all the blinks over there, but the recalls themselves can't really do too much, especially if we got a King Crab on the frontier. The micro from Theory is pretty good here as well to be able to juke and dodge in between here.
Okay, really good control from Parting. He's actually doing the targeting on this King Crab. It's so good. Theory needs to micro that back. Oh, gets everyone.
Nothing back home.
It's a ghost town over there. So, if you guys haven't already noticed, yeah, you can basically stay on the outside of the platform with air units and just be annoying, try to kill workers. But, I mean, look at this game now. This is pretty comfortable for Theory. The recalls were all used up. Everything that he's made is new. There's been more resources soaked up for the time being here for Theory. Nobody's teching yet. Although I guess Parting could tack into Tier 2 coming up here. In fact, he's kind of sitting on a lot of resources for the time being.
I think he's just waiting to see exactly what comes at him, and then he's going to try to overwhelm it once it actually is here.
I think so.
I mean, the problem, though, is that I feel like he still won't have enough to actually do that, though. What's he going to make? It's all Dragonflies. Is this enough? Will this be enough to deal enough damage and kill off all these Blink Hunters? There's so many of them. You can easily tap the base down as well.
It should be noted there is an alternative unit called a Butterfly that's not as fast but does way more damage but also has less HP.
Yeah.
Although the more I've seen in pro games, it seems like people just go for Dragonflies. They're a little bit more of a fix-all. And we've got ourselves a series, guys. Not so one-sided after all. Theory comes back, going for Mud Crab.
When all else fails, we slither in the mud.
We just these dirty mud crabs, man. And yeah, we're gonna go to the next game here. I'm relieved that we had at least one win here from Theory. I think Theory could do it again. Does he want to go for that one-base style? By the way, this does seem to be a problem in certain matchups based off your unit deck. Is that like sometimes you can just get in there and punch him in the nose, and it's a pretty easy win after that.
Yeah, I really like just the idea of it where it's just, instead of just doing kind of maybe the ladder style where you're just trying to end the game, you just use that as a way to just kill the natural, even the score line, and just make it so that way you're forcing your opponent in an awkward spot, but not completely putting you in a spot where you can't actually come back from anything.
So here we are.
Again.
Uh-oh.
If it ain't
Mud
broke,
crab
don't
here.
fix
That's
it.
right. You gonna go play Mud Crab? You better take your shoes off before you come back in the house. It's a dirty build.
I gotta start doing this on ladder, man.
Yeah, it's great.
It's
great when you do it against people that have just picked up the game too.
Oh no,
It's just like,
you're
what?
evil.
Like,
Oh my god, that's so evil. That feels terrible, honestly, if I did that. It's like when you. It's like
I've definitely done it to like probably a 12-year-old or at least a couple of them. They're just like, this looks like fun. And I'm like, Mud Crab. Now, it's a fairly quick tech from here. So it's Crusader Shocker. So this is one of the counters to Mud Crab in an attempt to hold. It's a little bit harder to delay the build from hitting because recalls just don't have like mechanisms that allow you to buy time like a Wasp or a Scorpion would, where you can kind of go somewhere else on the map. So I think you can't save this base necessarily, or maybe it'll be close.
He's going to try his best, I guess, to keep the units away for as long as possible. It is interesting as well that he is going for Crusaders instead of Destroyers, since they do just one-shot the King Crabs, but, you know, Parting knows best. He's way better than I do, so... oh, wow, even wedging himself in the corner here to target down one of those King Crabs and also limit the surface area on the workers and force them away from actually attacking the base. Recalls out, only saving a few of them, though, so the base will still die off. We will be able to get the Crusaders out now to be able to continue this away. And interestingly enough, Theory is actually not expanded yet either. Parting getting his expansion back before the expansion of Theory going on. So is Theory actually just going to go for a full-on all-in?
Watch, there's going to be 2 Destroyers. Go in the mid-map.
Yeah, he's got 2.
There it is. He's going to have these Destroyers double dragging down the Crusaders. That's the idea of this version of the build. Now, the Shockers actually make it a little bit more difficult. So let's watch the Destroyers really closely. Now, Theory specifically is really good with this maneuver. He kind of keeps the Destroyers in the middle. Now, the Shockers can melt the Scorpions really, really well. Also, remember that Party doesn't have a lot of surface area to kind of fall back onto.
Oh my god, these Shockers are getting a couple really good shots, but now the King Crabs are going to start to get on top of everything. The Destroyers also trying to get onto top of the Crusaders here. Will be able to get on top of absolutely everything, and that's going to be a quick one. These are quick games back and forth from both these players.
Crabs do it again, man.
Crabs.
So now Theory's won 2 games. He's not going to stop, dude.
It's going to continue to be Mud Crabs every single time.
I like it. I like it.
Tassel is getting so much vindication watching these series, man.
I'm like, I should have played in this tournament. I would have won this whole thing. This is crazy.
I knew exactly what he was going to do, and I could have done it better.
Yeah. Remember that part where I was like, hey, go look, there's going to be 2 Destroyers here. You know that meme of the guy, and he's like sitting on top of his brain? His brain's coming out. I said, that was me in that moment when the Destroyers came out.
Look at the 2 Destroyers. Oh, my God.
So we're going to go into this next game. Party needs 1, Theory needs 2. Do be sure to follow, by the way, if you're just now joining in on the channel, guys. I think the beta's open for
a few more days. On
I think
Monday.
3 more days.
Monday it closes.
Yeah, Monday in America.
True. We are over in Korea, so technically then Tuesday morning for us.
Interesting to see Parting immediately expand after losing his base. I thought that looked pretty good, but it kind of played into the time of the all-in.
I think he maybe just got a little bit ahead of himself and just maybe assumed that Theory was going to do the same thing, or maybe even didn't even notice that he didn't do the same thing.
This will happen in Battle Aces. Sometimes I'll realize, oh, they didn't attack the way I thought they would because things are going so fast.
Yeah. He just really wanted to kind of get on top of the whole idea. Expansion that. He even waited this time. He waited for the expansion to come out to go for it. So a little quick game of expansion chicken,
or
right
tech
there.
chicken.
Tech chicken, sure, but will be 2 expansions coming out. No more Mud Crab for now, at least.
So this is going to be more of a macro game. It does seem like it's Theory pushing once again. Again, Scorpions are bad versus recalls in the middle of the map. It feels like it's always an exchange that's going to benefit the recall guy as long as he pulls out in time.
It's kind of interesting that both players went for advanced blinks this game too. I'm kind of curious to see if this ends up going to the later stages. If we get the tier 3, I want to see the advanced blink versus advanced blink kind of stuff. I'm curious how that works. I haven't seen too much of it that much. So.
It seems like advanced blinks can basically get into like kill shockers or kill destroyers or get units that otherwise you just can't quite get to.
Yeah, and they're actually beefy enough that they don't just instantly die the way that normal blinks would.
Okay, so he's just going to take out about 2 workers here.
Nice.
See that? Sitting on my brain. That meme again.
Jason, you're so smart. Oh
he
my
knows
god.
everything. How does he do it? Oh. So again, 2 base versus 3. This always means the 2 base guy has got to try to push it and do damage, or he's just going to be behind. And so we've got that crab timing coming out here. So it's going to be about the 3 base hold.
There's a lot of king crabs coming out here from Theory, splitting off a couple of the scorpions over to the natural to try and break away some of those recalls. We'll be able to do that. Half of them were recalling over there. Lots of king crabs and scorpions jumping on this 3rd base now, and now these recalls are a little bit out of position here, not able to actually defend the 3rd base. Workers getting absolutely ransacked by those king crabs right now. He needs to be able to keep this alive if he wants to stay into a good economic situation, but he's not going to be able to do that whatsoever.
I got to say, really well done by Theory. I think he didn't even lose a king crab. Now, he's not expanding, though. This is what always I find odd.
Oh, he's afraid of the dragonfly switch.
Yeah, you're right.
He needs to get enough he needs enough of the resources to be able to actually get enough Blink Hunters so he doesn't instantly die in the counterattack. Unfortunately, the Blink Hunters are going exactly where the Dragonflies are not, so now a lot of these workers are starting to get killed off very quickly. Dragonflies are extremely good at this, and actually Theory's just going to full send it across the map, saying, I don't care about these Dragonflies killing my natural. I want to end the game. I know my army is stronger and bigger, and I mean, he's correct. This literally just only a little group of recalls to defend against this entire army from Theory.
Yeah, he's gonna come up, and the problem is, I think the recall. There's just enough recalls. Look at the sniping on the king crabs. It's so good. Yeah.
Oh, that was actually sick.
Yeah, and now the recalls are just better. They're better at fighting than these blinks.
Oh my god, that focus fire was so good from parting. And now this is in a really bad spot now for Theory. It's crazy how quick some of these games will swing.
Oh yeah.
It just looks like you have an actual good spot, and then it just takes just barely, not like as long as you thought to get across the map or something, and then you just can't quite get the best position, and then all of a sudden they have enough units, and it's just like, oh, boom, I'm dead. You have to be so decisive in these games. It's very, it can be very almost oppressive, I guess, some of these decisions you have to make. Oh my, the cat buses, where do these things come from?
Yeah, so the cat bus is a great way to close it out, because even if they have anti-air, the cat bus can kill it a lot of times. So this is, I was streaming a couple days ago, but this was what I was running, and I found it to be pretty successful. You eventually just get to the point, if they don't have really complex tech, like, they're just not going to beat the cat buses.
Yeah, tier 1 anti-air against cat buses is just going to be the most embarrassing. If we thought the Falcon versus tier 1 air or tier 1 ground was bad, let's look at this cat bus situation right now. These blinks are going to have no chance at all. We're going to be blinks in. He sort of kills one after like 5 volleys.
By the way, it's really easy to micro these too. The cat buses, like when you see one taking damage, you just grab it and pull it away.
Bada bing, bada boom. That's a 4-2 for our boy Parting.
GG. Parting going to the finals of the Tassel Tussle World Championship.
The most prestigious tournament to ever grace.
All the glory.
We should make a trophy that's actually just like a bunch of tassels.
We should make...
It's just that. Just a bunch of random tassels. No head. No
funny.
face.
Dude, we had when we did this...
They're put into like the shape of T's or whatever, so it's Tassel Tussle.
We had this this event we did for IEM Pyeongchang that was next to the Olympics for StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
And like the IOC came down to see the event that we were doing, and like they wouldn't allow us to have a Olympic-looking medal, so we had this giant circular pan.
Yep.
It looked like you took an Olympic medal and crushed it with a hydraulic press, and then it said like IEM Pyeongchang champion inside of it. And we were Artosis was talking about how it looked like a deli plate. Like we'll be at a pro gamer's house eating cheese and deli meat off a plate, and slowly as we pick the last piece of food up, we're like, oh my god. Is this an IEM Pyeongchang championship trophy? Like,
oh my god! I didn't. You're
Wow,
like talking to the host of the party. Like, I didn't know you won that. I casted that. How did I not know that? What? Holy moly!
All right, guys, we're gonna take a short break. Ad break. I got to fix something with the bot commands. My YouTube link is wrong in the bot. I just noticed. Stand by. 3 minutes. We'll be right back with the second half of the round of 4 of the Tassel Tussle. Oops, gamers. Sorry. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to go into the next game here for the Final Four. We have Parting in the finals. And now it's going to be Albino and Trigger. This should be another great match. Theory put up a really good fight against Parting, but at the end of the day, I mean, it just was not enough to deal with what I would say is just really good early game from Parting. Really clean, really sharp. If you're joining us just now, you can get this VOD on my YouTube. We're going to have an edited version of it up by tomorrow, and then we'll have the individual games uploaded. I'm going to try to see how much interest there is versus a whole tournament uploaded versus individual games. And I got to say, this has been fun.
I'm enjoying myself. This game is just very fun just
Yeah.
to see all the different developments, all the different decks people try making.
It's
There's
interesting.
lots of just different styles that you can go for. Like there's, I've complained about a couple times, like, oh, this unit feels too strong. You just have to go for that unit, or oh, this composition is so strong. But then you like look at some of these pros play, and they actually are playing a couple of different decks, and it's like kind of cool just to see how they all interact and everything.
Yeah, and I think initially when you're trying to pick up the game, it's tricky because you will encounter a unit you didn't see before, and it just wrecks you, and you're like, I don't know what to do against that. But eventually you find the solution for that, and after even just a couple days for me, obviously I play a lot more RTS games than the average person, but like you kind of get your feel for what the game should look like and start to toy with different ideas that will work. It has been consistent that Scorpions have been the most used tier 1 unit.
Yeah.
Recalls and Gunbots seem to be the kind of two opposite ways to play. No crabs for this event.
Yeah, I was actually on the crab train for a while. State convinced me, and then.
Well, I don't think they're that bad, but I think right now it makes more sense to use Scorpions. They also got a buff in the last patch.
Yeah. I feel like they might get a little untuned back again because they're just seemingly the best option no matter what.
When they got the buff, I was kind of like, oh, I thought they were already pretty good.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're waiting for Trigger to join now. I think Albino's already in our game.
Nice.
And yeah, another best of 7 for you guys. And we're gonna go right into this game here.
Bada bing, bada boom. Here we go.
Beep bop boop. Albino in the bottom left, Trigger in the top right. Albino with Scorpion Hornet tech. Trigger with Blink Hunter tech.
A little bit of expansion chicken at the beginning here, but both will be taking their expansions just a little bit later. We got the King Crabs in the deck for Albino, so he was maybe threatening a potential all-in with that build there, but we'll decide against it here. The Blinks are going to go forward and scout everything out, see exactly what's going on. We'll find the Scorpions just sitting around and not actually taking too much space. So for now, Trigger will have some map control and be able to kind of dictate where some of this early game goes. Some nice little maneuvers here, just poking away, getting as much information as he can before he then blinks on back to take 0 damage. So nice control out of him for sure.
Scorpions continuing to come out here. He's keeping this defensive position. Basically, he knows he'll have to bleed off some Scorpions defending against the Blinks, but better that than losing any workers.
Yeah, that's for sure.
If you're really good, you can like grab the Scorpion that's being shot and pull it away. Nice move here.
See that he didn't do what you just said. He's a bad player.
There are 4 Scorpions to counterattack.
This could actually be pretty good because the Blinks are not quite. Oh, they just barely move out in time. So the nice timing there at least. So Trigger will be able to get them in position. Although a nice little surround apparently happening on the other side of the map here. Gets away from that too. Not too bad actually for Trigger, I think.
So he's going to back up. Nobody has a third base just yet. If I can just check the tech here. Nobody's getting tech. Okay, so they both take a third base at the same time. Oh, I'm sorry. No new tech, I should say. It's Destroyer, Shocker versus King Crab Destroyer, I believe. Yeah.
Yep. It looks like the third bases will be getting taken here as well. Blink forward, actually, by Trigger, trying to chase down some of these Scorpions and King Crabs, where the slow Shockers and Destroyers are starting to reinforce here. The Shockers are so good against these Scorpions, so once those get into the fray, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Albino to actually start getting these favorable trades. He's already setting up a little bit of a flank here to try and get a nice surround. Could be pretty huge as he's now coming in from the top side. We'll get a couple of these reinforcing Destroyers and Shockers, exactly what he wants. But unfortunately, the splash damage is actually so insane that it's not actually even going to get him the... He's not even going to get the Shockers. That was an insane fight out of Trigger.
This could actually be game. That is like... You need to come out with something, and there's still one Destroyer in that, so you can still one-shot King Crabs.
Oh my god.
Watch this. Just gets him immediately.
They just literally disappear. It's so funny. Look at that.
It's wild, man. All right, that's game one.
Wow.
Trigger takes out Albino. I think Albino got to be a little bit more careful when you engage versus the...
Shockers.
If you have King Crab and Destroyers, like, you cannot engage with the Destroyer. Yep. I think you're actually better off running into their natural expansion with the King Crabs and just suiciding onto workers.
Yeah. If you can't find some timing before the opponent's Destroyers are out, then I think that makes a lot of sense. Just suicide them in a spot that they know they will actually get damage done.
It's just way better because... And I think we'll probably see a deck change with that as well. I don't think we see them stick with the same comp as before. Just waiting for confirmation for the players to say that they're ready to go.
Just had to switch servers. They were
right.
waiting on that.
And the winner is going to be going up against Parting, everybody. This
the
is
final boss waiting.
That's right. It is... It's been fun doing the very first ever Tassel Tussle. If you want to see the rest of this, you can find it on my YouTube. And, yeah, I want to do more of these. It's fun. I'm glad we got enough people, in this time zone. We can kind of get everybody on and competing. All right, we're ready to go. Albino versus Trigger here. Game 2. Tech-wise, we have mortars here for Albino. Definitely, I think, a response to... issues with Destroyers, but Trigger's gone for Crusader and Shocker. So he's already swapped out his own Destroyers.
Yeah, this is interesting. So we do have Falcons coming out for Albino as well, so that's always going to be a massive threat here. But, I mean, Trigger showed that he was able to pretty much do pretty well against that when he went for his own Blink Hunters, just like against Sturgeon here. So he does have that here in this game as well, so that could still be not even really a big threat, to be honest, but perhaps Albino wants to try his hand at it. Actually kept a couple of these Scorpions really far out over here as well, so those are definitely going to get by, and I think Trigger is not going to be prepared for that whatsoever.
So it takes, if you expanded right at the start of the game, I think it takes like 8 minutes and 58 seconds or something like that for the workers to spawn. Maybe it's a little bit less than that. Let's see what the actual time is here so we can learn it. So I guess what, maybe like 8:50?
Well, he did expand a little bit later because they did a little bit of expansion chicken at the beginning again. So I think you were probably right.
But yeah, he's going to come in there and hit those workers. Again, another big punishment. He's going to take out a fourth of them right away and probably get at least half of this patch right now.
That's actually really good here. Again, the blinks are just so slow to actually deal with these on very low numbers. So it's actually a really nice early start here from Albino. He's going to go straight into his tech as well on 2 base and then going into a third here. Just diving really deep, actually, with the Scorpions. I didn't expect him to go this deep. I thought he was going to just continue to pick away at that third base in the middle there, but he's really going down into the main as well.
Yeah, I guess he's realized that, the thing is, Blinks can play keep away, and they're pretty good at that, obviously, but they don't have high DPS, so you can basically not respect them. And then just hit these workers everywhere. And look, he's going to hit the third base. Or no, he's not. Sorry.
You thought, Tassel.
Yeah.
But now we're going to go into mortars here for Albino. And since he got that map position with the forward Scorpions, now we can have a little bit of freedom to kind of move around here with these mortars. But the Blinks also doing a pretty good job of getting that position back. And now a Crusader and a couple Shockers. But that's not really going to do that much against this many mortals already. I mean, he can't actually push into this third base. We'll have to reposition, going over to the natural here, but a couple of mortars also getting repositioned to deal with this as well. But actually, blinks are pretty easy to get on top of these, so that's actually going to be a quick double kill for those blinks.
Yeah, he's going to try to drive him back here. I think you just have one mortar set up and a couple of other units. Oh my gosh, a nice counterattack. Going to try to hit a couple of these workers, and it's going to work. I mean, he's going to take this out. Is this too much of a sacrifice, though, over here for Albino?
Oh my god, he just suicided a bunch of his blinks over into these mortars. I don't know if that was a mistake or if he just just didn't realize how many mortars were actually sitting there. That's a lot of units suddenly to bleed out from Trigger's side here, but he has a lot of Crusaders now in this army, but so many destroyers have now hit the field here from Albino. Oh no, the mortars are actually unsieged, so a little bit of unfortunate timing there for him. Will allow some of the units to get pretty far forward, but oh my god, once they do siege, it's an absolute travesty for them. Oh my god, and the destroyers are just... I keep trying to say destroy everything, but that just sounds so stupid. Destroyers are destroying! Oh! Anyways, Scorpion's also getting on top, and that's going to probably be it. There it is. Albino strikes back.
Okay. Nicely done by Albino. It did seem like for a little bit at the end of that fight, it was like his Scorpions were all on one side. And so a lot of the mortars got killed, but he did a good job. A little bit surprising to see Trigger keep attacking once the guy has mortars set up.
Yeah, I agree. I think he saw the unsiege and really was like, oh, let's just try and get this right now.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately, it just wasn't actually the opportunity that he was hoping for. So a bit of a misjudgment. I mean, that's what a lot of these games come down to, right? It's so much of these really, you have to be so precise, so decisive.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they just don't work sometimes. The plays you try are just so swingy.
So tied up. Dead even right now. It is first to 4 wins in this best of 7. We did see the destroyers that, basically pulled the win through in game 1 for Trigger, swapped out for different unit composition there. Albino went into mortars, but at the very end of the day, it was kind of the same thing again. It was the destroyers just doing the damage. It should be noted that I think it was like the second to last patch, they updated the destroyer so that it will default onto the heavy, heavy armor unit or heavy HP unit?
The durable unit?
Yeah, the durable unit. I would assume by durability they just mean the one with the most HP.
Yeah, they seem to classify like the King Crabs, Crusaders, some others as durable units, and so they do extra damage with those and auto target.
Behemoths and stuff like that.
Yeah. Who am I running Trigger? Forgot who's playing. So what am I doing? All right.
By the way, if you are an RTS person and you get into this game, you want to make sure you enable it in the options menu so that you can right-click on units. Apparently, when they were testing this out, because they showed a lot of people that came from MOBAs, and it's funny, like, if you play RTSs, you know that you need to A-click behind stuff.
Yeah.
And then they just attack everything in that path. But, if you're coming from MOBAs or other backgrounds, that's a little bit of a counterintuitive thing.
Yeah, it's actually so true because every time that I've tried coaching some person that is like literally fresh new to StarCraft 2, I've noticed the exact same thing. They always try to focus fire instead of A-click anywhere else on the map, and I'm always telling them like, don't do that.
A-click in front of stuff. I'm like, you have to do it behind it. It has to go through it.
Yeah.
Spinning.
All right, we're going to have Wasps out from Albino this time, just sending them right across the map here. Expansions by both, so it's not going to be a one-base Wasp all-in or anything like that, but it will be a little bit different. He did say he wanted to switch up his deck this time, and he's definitely got a different setup here, going for Wasp and then potentially even going into Stingers as his extra choice here. Surprisingly, not much Stinger tech in this Tassel Tussle here. Something that I feel like I thought would have been more prevalent at the pro level because Wasp Stinger has been such an extremely oppressive composition throughout, even from the alpha as well, even into the beta.
Yeah, it seems like people have struggled against it, but I don't know, maybe it's one of those things that got phased out in the meta, the very top players kind of figuring out how to deal. Wasps are extremely abusive. It's kind of crazy to see 3-base versus 3-base when one guy has Wasps out here. I feel feel like this is always very tough to hold.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that the Blink player is going for such a fast third base here. It's also kind of interesting that the Wasp player isn't even trying to punish it, but he's going to try to go in now onto the worker lines and try to surround everything. Am I wrong in thinking that this looks not that great for the Blinker?
I mean, this is a lot of damage, man.
Wow.
He's losing so many workers. And, you know, I always whenever I see somebody attacking this hard, you always have to wonder about the counterattack. But I feel like Blinks are just so counterattackable. Why would you even care?
Yeah, like you can
they're
easily just re-go for another round after this if you really want to. Looks like he's going to do just that, sending some of the weakened ones even as well. Keep the high health ones back at home to defend. Like that move. Look at that. He can't even get across the map before everything's already ready again.
Yeah.
Oh, he went going for a flank. It wasn't going for the harassment. Nicely done. Sick move by Albino here to come over and try to completely snowball this fight. We'll get into the third base now. Nice positioning here with these Blinks, though, to get in between the mineral lines here. That's very needed here if he wants to keep this third base alive, and we'll do so.
One of the things about Wasps I've found is that, like, they seem great early on, but they fall off so hard later on in the game.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's see if this third base is under threat here as Albino is trying to get his tech up. King Crabs and Mortars on the back end here. A lot of King Crabs, actually. No Mortars at all is the choice. Sending the Wasps across to try and deal some amount of counter damage as the King Crabs will be the ones dealing with the Blinks. Holy moly, that splash damage is absolutely insane. Killing 4 in one shot right there was nuts.
And that's the big difference between King Crabs and Crusaders. Is the King Crabs come out there and they just spread that damage.
Dragonfly's out, though, and there were no Blink Hunters for a second. We'll be able to start to blink on top of those and force them away, but now it's going to get really multitasky here for Albino, keeping those Dragonflies away from his mineral lines.
Okay, this is where the damage is going to really pick up. You need to stop this. These butterflies, or sorry, Dragonflies can do this damage so fast. I love the attack here, though, from Albino.
Yeah, he's going to get on top of these workers really quickly, shred them super fast. I mean, the King Crabs are so good at that. The Dragonflies are quite good at it themselves, but the King Crabs are really excelling at that. But unfortunately, the thing that can't be dealt with very easily is the fact that they can go over the ledges, so they will still be able to get on top of the third base here. And now everything coming out to the front as well from Trigger will be able to start to get on top of these units. The King Crabs also starting to get bled out a little bit. And now there's so few workers from Albino's side. The Dragonfly is doing so much that it's actually getting really difficult to replenish his army.
So now with the Mammoths and the Blinks, he could try to push in again. Remember that the natural for Albino and the third base don't have workers. So he's just not going to be able to reinforce in the same way.
Yeah, this looks like a really difficult situation right now. The Mammoths are just doing so much damage, and they take forever to kill off. The Blink forward is not going to do anything when none of those units are actually air units. There's no bonus damage against them. The other Blinks also coming in. This is looking really bad for Albino all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think this game might be over. He's going to push into this base over here. By the way, Dragonfly's trying to fly into the natural. They are killed off.
You know you're in a bad spot when you're putting out Wasps
randomly
at 5 minutes in the game trying to stay alive. Unfortunate there, but Trigger will be able to take another game in this best of 7.
Beautifully done. That means he's about halfway there. Trigger now up 2-1. Did seem like the kind of a classic RTS game of, you know, overextending via harass. To where you're trying to slow them down to where they can never catch up to you, but you've actually thrown away too much.
Yep.
To where they can just kind of turn around and attack in, and you know there's not a whole lot you can do. In a lot of these games, it just seems like, and maybe it's because it's so new, it seems like some of these players are not ready for Dragonflies to come in, even though I think it's a pretty obvious tech. Are they both the same color in game chat? We have to restart the client.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, that could be. I think it's a bug. We're gonna restart that and get into this next game. They don't select their color in this game, right?
No.
I didn't think so.
What? I'm so confused about it too, because I've noticed so many of the other streamers, like you are always. Like you're like blue, I think, in the game when you play on your
Am I?
I think.
I can't
I
remember
always get this like white and orange color. And I know
Oh, okay.
State always gets green, Roddy always gets blue. I want a different color. I hate the color that I've been predetermined to have. Like, I don't want that. Like, it's so hard to tell if I have gun bots if they're overclocked or not.
Yeah, there's certain color or certain like fights you have. If you both have scorpions and they're the same color, it's really confusing. Yeah, Theory says it's like albino picked this color and he isn't white. It is pretty fitting that he has got little albino units, little white, pink-eyed units.
We're waiting just on the server switches again as well.
Stand by, guys. We're going to go into Game 4 in a second.
There we go. All right. Here we go.
All right, guys. This is Game 4 here in the Tassel Tussle. Albino versus Trigger continuing on 1-2 here with
I got
Trigger
my
in the
tail
lead.
on you.
By the way, guys, if you like this kind of content, like and subscribe. It helps videos and content like this get out to people like you. I would really appreciate it. Also, go to tastelessthreads.com. Check out my merch. Now, in this game, it is Scorpion Hornet versus Blink Hunter. So, again, Trigger really likes these Blinks.
Yeah, he's really one of the only players that consistently goes for them, it seems like. I mean, Parting was trying it as well for a little bit just because his micro is so good. But even he's kind of shied away from going for them so much lately, I feel like. Trigger really loves going for them. This time I'm going to have Crusader Shocker and then some more Mortar and Destroyer. No Falcons from any player, so likely just Star Forges are going to be left for...
We
Oh,
have
never mind.
Tassel.
As I say that, we got Albino going straight into that Star Forge, actually, for the Mammoths and the airships, but likely just for the Mammoths there to be able to have a nice tanky ground units composition.
Yeah, he might be able to just do a Scorpion Mammoth push over here on that third base.
I think he also might be just preempting the Dragonfly tech as well, just like saying, like, I don't want to deal with that this time,
Yeah.
and just making it so that airships are availability here, and then I just don't have to worry about that, and then I'm just also going into a tanky ground unit at the same time.
There was a pretty good catch earlier with the Scorpions coming from behind and hitting those Blinks. Seems like if you can really catch the Blinks in a bad spot and they can't get away, it's huge.
Yeah, those two getting caught out a little bit, but nice blinks there from Trigger, and actually a forward blink as well, being able to punish that. That is the ebb and flow of this fight a little bit here. Once the surround is done, you're able to get a little bit more freedom with these blinks to chase, as the Scorpions cannot quite run away from the blinks in time. Unfortunately, a lot of those Scorpions not
God.
actually doing anything. Could have been a nice opportunity for a surround because Trigger was actually forward blinking into that position. Still's actually going to come out pretty decently for him, as there's a lot of now Scorpions also in the other two bases, dealing a lot of damage to the worker counts. And yet again, those blinks just do not kill the Scorpions fast enough on the back end here, and a lot of workers are getting slaughtered.
Yeah, and even more Scorpions are going to come in here now. He's going to have to try to blink away from this, but he's stuck here in the middle. He barely manages to get out. But, I mean, there's been so many workers killed. And here come those Mammoths.
Yeah, there's been no tech from Trigger. He went straight to 3 bases, but no tech at all. And now he's suddenly stuck because he was getting the Blink Hunters, assuming that there was going to be some airships coming out, which there are. But, I mean, to be fair, airships don't really do that much damage to ground units anyway. As you can see, they start to get picked off pretty quickly. And now it's just the Mammoths left, and those are the ones that are really what you have to worry about. So I'm really wondering if it would have been better if Trigger just gone straight into the Crusaders or something like that to make sure he doesn't die on the ground, because that's exactly what just happened.
Another game down, tied up 2-2. I felt like maybe the worst game we've seen from Trigger so far.
Yeah.
It just seemed like he wasn't prepared for a lot of the things that were going to come his way. Albino with really clean early mid-game. I love the counterattacks with the Scorpions. I feel like the Scorpions might be the best at this in the whole game. It's one of the reasons why I like them. I like using crabs and other melees. Wasps are fine, but the Scorpions, it's kind of like the perfect balance of like cost, speed, and damage.
Yeah.
If they get in there and they start to connect on the workers, especially versus blinks, they can't kill them off that well. And so the combination of that, and then I guess just the obvious, it's Mammoth tech, you know, and I think he looked at the fact that his opponent's on 3 bases and said, okay, is he going to tech himself, and should I expand? And it didn't happen. He just stayed on tier 1 tech, so he probably just thought, okay, I don't need a base. I can just make nothing but mammoths. And my scorpions, you should just win outright, especially after getting that many kills.
Yeah, I think Albino has rightly identified the weakness of the blink openers here, is just doing those constant scorpion counterattacks and just really punishing Trigger for being so aggressive with the blinks out in the middle of the map. He can't actually get back in time, and once he does, he doesn't actually have the high enough numbers to just kill them off before all of his workers are dead.
So I'm glad this is you know, a back and forth. We've had a couple one-sided games in the series, but overall, it's been a lot of great games, honestly. I was actually worried when we organized this tournament that this might be, like, too short, because, you know, some of these Battle Aces games, they end in 2 minutes, and I thought, well, I don't... at the same time, you don't want to have something that's, like, too long or too drawn out, but we've been live for about 3 hours and 49 minutes, and, you know, after this we got the finals. It's been a pretty good show so far.
Yep.
Oh! He made scorpions and didn't expand. Did he mean to do that?
Yeah, he did that last game too. I think there was a little bit of
did?
expansion chicken. Yeah, he did the expansion chicken for like a couple seconds in the beginning, and then they expanded each time.
Oh, okay.
So he does this thing where he sends a few of them out, and then he's going to sit them out here, and then he's eventually going to counterattack with them.
You know what it is? Okay, I just learned something. This is what's so fun about casting a game that's new. It's physically impossible to scout those scorpions if they do it that early.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you can do some number counting and decide, like, okay, they're definitely, there's a few missing right here when you come across, but yeah, it's hard to actually find them, I guess, is the problem. We saw him hiding them down here at first, and it looks like, yeah, look at that, he's looking for them, but this time now he's hiding them over here instead of down here. I love these little mind games that develop. It's so fun to watch.
It's cool because this is so new, but it's already, like, so advanced.
Yeah. And you can even see also, Albino sees there's only 2 forward, so he knows there's probably some out in the middle of the map somewhere. Putting them out a little bit early here, not going for the harassment, going to be going for the surround instead. Little tiny mind games, they're not super huge or super influential, but it's still kind of cool just to see how it actually develops in these little moves that they try to go for. And now it's going to allow for Albino to really push these blinks back. A lot of them are pretty low health, and if you can get on top of some of these, it's actually going to cause them to die pretty quickly here, as the fast third base is what's coming out here from Trigger compared to a fast tech from Albino. And I wonder if this is actually going to spell the demise of Trigger here if he ends up getting a little bit too spread out.
Yep. Maybe an overextension, though, from Albino, dropping off a lot of those scorpions. The mammoths should be coming out. I'm sorry, there are no mammoths on this map?
There will be, eventually.
Okay. He's got the tech now. But you want to be careful not to bleed off too many of these scorpions. He's going to chase this down for the time being. And again, you know, the blinks, they don't do that much damage. They're the mammoths I was talking about. And this is basically keeping the blinks back here. Now, again, I don't know if this is the cleanest trade here with the scorpions versus the blinks. Certainly we could see a lot more being picked off. But when the mammoths come up here, let's see how this goes.
Oh, I love that. He just sections off the mammoths, literally body blocking the blinks so that way the scorpions can just do as much damage as possible to the third base here, forcing the blinks to go up into an unfavorable position, and is just chasing them down with the mammoths. That's actually so good here, and he will be able to target down that third base all because of that excellent move. Dragonfly's coming in now trying to deal with all of this, and there's going to be airships on the back end here for Albino to help deal with this, but he's just trying to deal as much damage and just force these units to stay as home as long as possible so that way he can get more units out to get ahead in this mid game.
So the question is going to be, you know, did he actually get enough out? I see, yeah, just 4?
He's got 5 airships, but they do pretty good damage against air, I think. I think it should be okay. There's not many blinks, so it's kind of hard for him to really continue to push forward too much here. Oh my god, they shred the dragonflies. It's actually insane how much damage they do. But I mean, this third base is getting pretty low. He has to be really careful. Now here comes the actual engagement, though, from Albino. Blink forward, under and past the airships. Kind of a wild exchange. They're just exchanging positions here. Now chasing each other around. Actually, somehow Trigger coming out ahead on this with all of his blinks.
Yeah, the push keeps coming in. I mean, this is at half HP, so you can really only use your third base to soak so much damage before you have to figure out, do you actually have enough to take this on? We've got mammoths and scorpions coming up here. To be honest, Albino's control is really good.
Yeah,
I mean, he's really kind of cycled through different units to take damage and bought some time. The kiting is real over here from Trigger. Remember, Trigger's on 2 bases to Albino's 3, so he kind of has to force this fight, and he might do just that.
That's a huge blink now on top of everything. Right into a lot of reinforcing Scorpions, though, and a Mammoth as well. That might have been a little bit too far forward. He didn't really need to blink underneath those air units right there to actually get the damage done. And now it's going to suddenly force him to be really awkward with this fight because he's so low on units. He's just got a few Dragonflies, a few blinks, blinking past as well, trying to get deep into that airship to allow the Dragonfly to go unchecked. Well, I just don't think this is even possible anymore. He's only on 2 bases, like you said, so eventually this is just going to get worse and worse for him.
No, I think this worked out. Yep, he did it. He takes that game. That puts Albino in the lead 3-2. And, I mean, it's been a great series so far here.
Yeah, this one's very even.
I thought that was a great early game, too, just kind of pushing him back. Interesting, by the way, and I guess it's too early for me to tell. I don't know if everybody else feels the same way, but, like, when he took the third base, I like the Mammoths block off.
Yeah.
The blinks.
That was such,
it was
such a good move.
It was really good. But then the Scorpions actually targeted the third base building.
Yeah. He just made it so the whole idea was just kill the third. Just get it done as soon as possible. Even if they blink into me, I don't care. I'm getting getting so much damage so early, and the Mammoths forced them away for so long that I'm going to be able to get it.
Well, it even forced him to blink onto that side, which wasn't even good for him, too.
Yeah.
Which is pretty wild. All right, guys. Well, we're going to go into the next game. We have Albino 1 win away from taking the whole thing to the finals. And, yeah, I mean, Trigger's played some good games. It does seem like he's been very reliant on that blink style. And I think, like, after each game, it seems that Albino's figuring him out a little bit more and more. So maybe we have a tech shift. Trigger was late joining this game that we've got loaded up here now. So maybe he's going to try some kind of a new deck.
Yeah, some alterations likely happening in here. And we'll see what those might be here. What is in the kitchen for Trigger? What's been cooking up? Let's find out. Is that just the same thing? Does he have the same deck? He's got Mammoths himself. Did he have those before?
I'm sorry, there was not mortars for Albino last game, right?
I think...
No.
He didn't have the tech.
No,
he had them, but he didn't make them because he was going Enforcer. Why do I keep calling them Enforcers?
Mammoths.
Mammoths. Why do I think they're called Enforcers?
That's so funny.
I don't know what this is right now in my brain. That's so weird. It just looks like a unit that could be called the Enforcer. I don't know.
Yeah. It does sound like a Battle Aces unit.
Yeah. That's so stupid. I just really have this headcanon that unit is called
It's like we just call the Blinks Rangers or something. Like
the Blinks are actually Sits. It's just the total opposite of what they do.
Yeah. Okay, so immediate tier 2 tech on both sides. Nobody trying to get that greedy third and, get the resources early on and then play it out from there.
I think that's honestly one of the bigger things that Trigger needs to be doing here. I think he's being too greedy with his third bases. Like, he's just trying to get a third base with one of the units that's probably the worst at defending multiple bases at a time. So the fact that he's going fast 2-base tech here, I think is going to be much, much better for him.
Okay, the kiting continues on. He's waiting for that blink. Dude, he's so good. He basically just waited for the moment where the blink comes in. He goes, now I'm going to surround you. Very cool tactics here from Trigger.
Albino,
excuse me.
Yeah, it's so well with these surrounds. I mean, it's just so good. He's continually chasing him all the way in the corner, even sectioning off the other Scorpions to just follow the individual blinks, making it as hard as possible for Trigger to keep on top of all of them. Obviously going to be losing a few here and there just because of that. But I mean, honestly, still pretty decent blinks overall, being able to keep as many of them alive as he can. This is such a weird, scrappy fight, just going absolutely all over the place. The Scorpion player generally does prefer it when this does happen, though, because it really allows you to get a lot of mobility, or just kind of negate a lot of the mobility that the blinks can't have, and just take some of that back yourself. Okay. It's actually total 2 bases as well.
Yeah, I guess he could just set up here with the mortars and just kind of drag the game out.
Oh, wow.
And how do you get close to Mortar Destroyer?
Oh, my God. Look at
oh,
this
my
guy
God.
ice skating.
What's happening? Oh, wow.
That was sick, dude.
He
Look at those
levitated.
dance moves, man.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Oh, my God.
It's like the Michael Jackson moonwalk over there.
Holy moly. I wish I could have zoomed in. That looked awesome. Well, yeah, I mean, this is going to be really hard to break, surely. I love this position right here. It's going to make it so hard. It's always going to get some free firing off on the Crusaders that are trying to go into the bottom here. But, I mean, to be fair, the Crusaders are doing a pretty decent job getting a nice surround on all of those mortars at the front.
My God.
And the blanket from the back, getting the one mortar back there as well. Trigger's actually sick. Oh, my God.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I saw the mortars, and I thought he was going to set up at the third. And then when I saw him try to push in, I'm like, I don't know, man. That doesn't feel safe. You know, like, can you really two-base push a guy on 2 bases? I don't think you're supposed to be able to do that. But he also didn't have as many destroyers as I think he should have had. Crusaders are really good against mortar Scorpion if they don't have any destroyers. But if you know, look, these 4 destroyers, they're 2 destroyers, 1 shot a Crusader is what I was trying to say.
Woo! Oh my God, it's so much damage. This is still looking really tough here for Trigger. The army comp is so good for Albino. I mean, how do you engage into this, man? It's crazy. Oh, look at the shots out of the mortars. Jesus. I like how he's just kind of chasing them as well, zoning them away from the third so he can just guarantee an eventual slow burn of the kill. Oh, I like this move as well from Trigger, though, to try and get a nice blink, but doesn't quite get one. Just going for the full base trade? No, now coming back. Another ice skating mortar in the middle.
Yeah, he's got his wheelie sneakers on.
The Heelys. He's got Heelys.
He's got Heelys on. Okay, he's going to try to hit him from behind here. There's a lot of mortars set up. The destroyers are mostly on the right side, so he needs to get some more of these over here.
Oh, my God. The mortars are just too strong, man. Mortar destroyer, it's too good. Albino killing Trigger. Is that an upset, do we think? Do we expect Trigger to just be Trigger parting?
I thought it was going to be Trigger parting, but I knew Albino could possibly take it.
I knew that you're so smart,
At
man.
the end of the day, the fans would win. Yeah. I knew that was what was going to happen.
It's always the fans.
Wow. Great series.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy to see the it looked like for a minute he had lost the game. When I thought he had overextended. But
No, I know, for sure.
I mean, it seems like it's going to have to once more I don't know what I was going to say. Oh, no. I think I need some caffeine, actually. I think I might make myself a green tea.
I love how instantly you bailed.
I had a Joe Biden moment there on camera. I had my own Joe Biden moment. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. I'm going to make some green tea and try to perk myself back up.
Oh, my God.
And when we come back, it'll be the finals of the Tassel Tussle. You do not want to miss it. It's going to be great. We'll be right back. Whoops, wrong screen.
Lol.
Lol. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the finals of the Tassel Tussle. This has been a great event so far. I've had a lot of fun. I got a little bit of caffeine, by the way.
No more Joe Biden moments.
No more. Well, we'll see about that.
No more sleepy tassels moments.
No low energy tassels moments. Guys, this has been fun. Thank you so much for joining us for this. And after we're done with this finals, which will be Parting versus Albino, I will be giving away beta keys. Ooh, you didn't know that was coming?
Whoa! You can get in just at the tail end of the beta, get some games in.
That's right. That's right. But, the beta is going to be up and, on and off, on and off.
Yeah,
so,
it's true.
But if you want to get those beta keys, you got to stay here till the very end. And this is going to be a best of 9, by the way.
Yeah. Nice long series.
Yeah.
Albino being the second player, though, along with Parting, is a little bit unexpected, I would say. I mean, he's definitely capable of doing it. He's extremely high on the ladder, very good player, but not really, I guess not the most known player for sure. I mean, I think, Parting is probably the most popular player for some of these new tournaments coming out and whatnot, so it's cool to see Albino doing so well as well.
Yeah, we got some more fresh players out here competing. Albino and Parting are obviously very familiar with each other. These guys are also teammates, by the way.
True.
So, again, could be some mind games we can't even really follow because, it's going to be so, I don't know, inside whatever meta they understand.
Mm-hmm. Albino might still be thinking it's break time, so might take a minute for him
we
to
can wait. We can just
come
chat.
on in.
So, yeah, I mean, this has been a really fun tournament. Again, special thanks to Gemini, of course.
Thank you very much.
Helping me produce this thing over here, organize the players, and do the observing while I run my mouth and buy time.
And then forget
and
what
then
you
forget
have to
what
say.
I'm saying. And a special thanks to Uncapped Games. They also help promote this event. And maybe we can do more stuff like this in the future.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, the game's very fun to play. It's very fun to watch, which is very cool just to see how it develops and everything. It's just a different take on RTS in general.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of a neat thing. Like, as much as I enjoy...
Oh, is he in? Oh, no, sorry. Never mind.
He said still another minute or so.
Yeah, no problem.
As cool as it is to, play StarCraft, and I do like base building and all that, and it's fun to just kind of spread out on the map and take some time to think about what's going on. It's still very fun to just kind of go and just blast out a bunch of games really quick, do these super rapid fire games in Battle Aces, and just see kind of what happens and how the units interact and everything.
Yeah, it's been a very different experience, and it's cool to see somebody innovate and iterate on RTS. And they're just getting started. So it's going to be interesting in years to come to see what, how the game has improved and changed. But yeah, it makes me very hopeful for the whole genre. So we've got Albino now ready to go in this best of 9. So that's first to 5 wins.
Oh, yeah. Just waiting on Parting to say he's good, and that is indeed what he is.
We don't have a way to chat to the players in the game. It's a little janky, the setup right now. But we're going to go into game 1. This is the grand finals of the Tassel Tussle. It is Parting here in the bottom left with Recalls and Scorpions. And in the top right is Albino with Scorpions and Hornets.
Both players taking a while to take their expansion, just making sure neither player is all-inning them as King Crabs are on the play for Albino, so threatening a little bit of a one-base rush there perhaps, but both players will be expanding anyways, and so we're going to be getting out onto the field with those Scorpions, as the Recalls obviously have much less maneuverability, so it's very easy anytime you see a Recall player, just go ahead and take the map with you or whatever units you've made and kind of force them to respond to whatever you're doing instead of the other way around.
So he does recall back here.
Instant
third base lands. Now, I'll tell you, this is a skirmish you see a lot in Battle Aces, is Scorpions versus Recalls. Recalls on 3 bases. Is there going to be tech? Can we check? Okay, he's actually going to tech into Crab Destroyer, King Crab Destroyer, excuse me. So this is going to be a timing push.
Yeah, it seems like Albino's also trying to maybe draw Parting out a little bit here with the Scorpions on the bottom side to allow the ones on the top some maneuverability. But actually, seeing that Parting is just going to go run across the map and just try to force Albino's hand now. Maybe not quite expecting the units to be over here. Going to go attack the third base and the natural is Albino. He's going to get a recall Parting onto the natural here to save his workers. First priority, I like that, instead of saving the third base, since he doesn't technically need this third base to stay alive, considering his opponent hasn't made his yet. Obviously, it's good to save it, but the workers are the thing that are the more important thing to save initially, so going towards that natural first as the recall choice is a good play.
Scorpion's going to wrap around again. Here it is. It's 6 King Crabs inbound. Again, no tech up right now, right? At all? No, I'm sorry. Dragonfly tech. Excuse me.
Oh,
wow, he's going to ditch it.
Away.
Yeah, I thought he was going to recall there. I'm like, he's going to lose all those recalls, man.
Wow, Parting sucks.
All right. So he's actually kiting pretty well back here. But the King Crabs are going to deal a lot of damage. He's probably going to have to recall into his main.
This is actually crazy how much damage this is getting done. The Dragonflies are only just now out. They're coming out of the main base here to try and target down those King Crabs. We'll be able to do just that. A lot of damage getting done, though, with these Scorpions. Getting a lot of the recalls now going onto the workers themselves. We'll start to kill a lot of them pretty quickly, but everything is going to get suicided here for the workers. And now it's up to Albino to find a way to deal with these Dragonflies coming across the map.
Hornets are out. You can beat Dragonflies with Hornets. Now, this is a lot of Dragonflies, so obviously you need a lot of Hornets, but this is not a situation where you can swing with the tech and just lock them out. And so, watch this. Really good control here. We can see Albino just going to keep trying to chase in. Note that Hornets are actually faster than even the Dragonflies are, so they can actually chase and do damage, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, stutter step micro with them is pretty crazy how fast you actually have to go with them. So it looks like he's actually going to send a bunch of them across to aid his Crabs and Scorpions over here. We'll be able to help a little bit, but only a few honestly got sent out, so it's not actually enough to kill all these Dragonflies or contest them at all, really. So this is actually a bit of an overstep now from Albino. I'm not really quite sure what the plan here was. Maybe not realizing that all the Dragonflies were going to get sent back home, as he really wanted to get more there, but unfortunately just kind of lost everything for basically nothing.
Look at that dive. He acts like he's going to fly away, and then the moment that the Hornets come at him, he just flies right into him.
That's so sick.
Parting's been done a really good job, generally speaking, of keeping the weaker Dragonflies in the back. And now there's pressure on this third base while Parting's going to expand and take a third of his own.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Parting here. Easily able to kill that off, and that's just going to end the game as Albino says there's no way for him to get back. Parting taking a nice, quick 1-0 lead in the game.
I love to see it. Okay. Well, kind of a cool game. Recalls third base into Dragonflies, but then realizing I don't need the third base anymore. I've had a little bit of experience in my own games where, like, sometimes you really just got to know when to not protect the third.
Yeah.
To just ditch it. Again, you still got some of the resources for it.
Mm-hmm.
And the resources come in very quickly when you get an extra base. So, pretty cool. And, you know, when it comes to the Hornets, it seems like you need to know when you have enough Hornets to actually take a fight.
Yeah.
Because he tried to threaten the Dragonflies with his Hornets and then tried to kind of fake them out and go back. And Parting just turned around, chased those units back there. And he kind of just cleaned up everything that was put on the map without really losing much. Pretty easy game from there.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate if you kind of lose track of actually where the Dragonflies are going, because then they are so fast, so they can just outposition you pretty quickly, and then you just kind of lose it from there, like you said.
All right, game 2. Let's see if Albino can have a better run. Parting this time around. Different tech, actually. Recall and Hunter recall. Sorry, is that?
Yeah, recall Hunters.
Thank you.
Yep. It's going to be Blinks fully for Albino this time, though. We'll see if he's able to get anything done with these. We're going to have Mortars coming out for Albino. We've got Cat Buses in for Parting if it ends up getting going that late. And then we got the airship in... oh, my my god, why do I keep calling them enforcers, dude?
They're
Mammoths.
enforcers now, man.
Mammoths. Mammoth airship coming out of Albino over here. So I'm curious to see if he's going to end up going for that route. So that way he can maybe also have the airships to just deal with the potential Dragonfly as well. Yep, looks like that's going to be the play.
Okay, so the Blinks are just going to stay out here. Blink versus Recall is always kind of a funny fight. You know, neither side can really get in there and do that much to the other one. Obviously, the Recall guy is always going to be the one defending.
Yeah, it's true. The recalls also can like sort of half blink as well, like what I was saying before, like with the way that they can recall sort of. So it's kind of an interesting fight, the way it ends up going. But yeah, you're right. It's like, you know, yeah, nothing really happens. They're both just kind of staring at each other, moving around. Just like, hey, no, I'm over here.
They both try to target one of the other units down, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So it's going to be Mammoth and Dragonflies coming here. The tech is a little bit ahead right now for Albino, though. The fight in the middle of the map is going to be won by parting as Albino blinks away.
I'm kind of curious what this is actually going to do here because, I mean, the recalls don't really have an opportunity to really stall this out too much, and they also can't really counterattack. And so Parting is just going to be doing essentially the same tech, but later than his opponent and with less of it because he's expanded faster as well.
Can't he just go Dragonflies now?
Because I mean,
it's only Mammoths. I mean, I guess that's all you have to scout.
The airships surely are going to be coming out after this as well because he's going to see this. But this is so many Mammoths so much faster than his opponent. He's going to try to wedge himself in the back here. But, I mean, Mammoths are slightly ranged. They can still shoot. They don't actually do melee damage. And, I mean, this is looking pretty bad so far for Parting. I mean, the recalls are not able to do that much damage. The Dragonflies are out. The airships should be here, and there they are. And they do kill the Dragonflies. Actually, not that quickly. He didn't target fire too well with
This is what I was talking about. I think he made too many Mammoths. I think you actually just kind of buy time, stall the game out, and then you're going to kill all this stuff with your Dragonflies.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting because I really expected him to actually have more airships on the back end of this. I thought he was going to be able to get way more, but you're right that all of them are now going to get killed off here. Now we have a ton of these Dragonflies. Do we only have, how many? Are you really only able to get that many airships? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think I've seen this in a couple games, not this exact situation, but something where like they dump all their resources into one of the techs, and then they're a little bit lopsided.
I think this is okay now, though. You think he's got enough? At least
I think so.
I mean, killing the third base is still good because that obviously then evens it up and at least puts it to where it's totally playable from his position.
We can get a third base, though, right, for Parting? I mean, what's going to stop him? The airships are not fast, right?
I wonder how... They are still kind of fast. They still can kind of keep up with the Dragonflies at least. But you're right, there's no counterattack potential.
He's going to kill everything in the main.
Oh, he's not expecting it. He's not expecting it. He did it. No, where's he going? He still doesn't know. Oh, my God. So many of them getting killed off, and a couple reinforcing ones getting killed off here, too.
Oh, my God. It's disgusting.
Dragonflies are nuts, dude.
Dargonflies. Now we're going to have a push come out. And, I mean, here's the thing. The airships have to cover the ground army or they can't push, but can't he just fly back in with the Dragonflies again?
But you can also, this is the other annoying thing, is that you have to split up the airships because you don't know if he's actually going to counterattack or keep them back in the army. So this is the struggle, and he's kind of had to make the gamble, and luckily he has played the gamble correctly because the Dragonflies are coming in with the army here. Recall Hunter's also on the ground, so he has to be careful with those airships, not just suicide them into them. Waiting with the Dragonflies on the back end, will be able to come in with them now. And actually jumping on them is Albino over here, so we will be able to kill all of those off, which is a nice play. But still, he's on a timer with this. He has no third base with this. He's totally all in.
I think that Parting can hold.
Yeah, he's got so many enforcers out now. What? What am I doing, man? Mammoth. I'm not even doing it on purpose.
No,
That's insane.
Fine.
Mammoths.
I mean, I don't think he can break in here, man. Okay, there's going to be a counterattack down here at the bottom. We got to get a shot of his main. I guess he wants to try to kill anything else that comes out. No Dragonflies yet. Recall Hunters come back.
So little damage to ground units.
Oh, and they're so slow. It's crazy. They're like as slow as Command and Conquer infantry. It's like nuts.
All right, this third base is going to get targeted down pretty quickly, I feel like. They do quite a bit of damage, those mammoths, onto that building, and we'll be able to kill it off, recalling half of them out. Just kind of run those away and hopefully drag the army with it, and we'll do just that. So buying time is all he wants with these ones, and a couple extra worker kills actually could still come into play here as well.
Can you moving shot with mammoths? I guess not. No. Now that I watch them, they have to stop. They can't walk and chew gum. They can't.
They can't do two things at the same time.
They've got like wheels on their feet, but like when they fire, they're like, oh, hold on, stabilize.
That's actually a funny point. Yeah, they literally can just roll the whole time if they wanted to. Interesting.
Okay, a push up in here. Nice.
You don't have any more airships? Where'd they go? Oh no, we can't kill the dragonflies. And they're not actually just going to be sent across the map anyways. This army's actually still pretty big here, but I think the surround is now starting to come out here for Parting. And getting on top of absolutely everything here is Parting. We'll be able to finally win out this game, a 2-0 to start it out.
Yeah, beautiful game. And so that is going to be, 2-0. Parting, not having any problems so far here in Battle Aces. Hopefully Albino can come back. I thought Albino looked like he had a shot back there for a little bit, but, the longer you can stay on 3 bases versus there too. I mean,
it's only a matter of time.
It also seems like airships stop dragonflies, but you're kind of inhibited by choices.
What do you mean?
You can't counterattack that easily.
Right.
When you counterattack, you're at risk of the dragonflies then doing their counterattack, which is going to be faster.
Yeah.
So he basically had to send 4 airships out with his army and 4 to stay back at home.
Mm-hmm.
And Parting was smart. He just didn't react.
Yeah.
And so
I think he just understood that concept very well. And was just like, I'm just going to play this. I'm going to call your bluff, essentially.
Yeah.
And just sit here and do nothing.
And it was enough time to really, take in so many more resources from that third base. Are we getting confirmation?
Yeah, I can't believe I'm gaslighting myself into thinking these units are called enforcers. It's so funny.
I remember somebody was calling when the Mothership Core had just come out. They were calling that slow field. Somebody I knew was calling it Quagmire because I think that's what that ability was called in like League of Legends or something. And I think I said it in GSL. I got roasted so bad. I'm like, I don't know. That's what some guy I know was calling it. We were talking about the game.
Oh,
right when the game came out. That'll happen, man. Okay, game 3. Now we've got recalls being made pretty conservatively, by the way, just staying back. Albino has mortar tech, destroyer tech, although we've had more Starforge kind of games directionally.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is just kind of how it goes.
Yeah, it's been a lot of focus on the Mammoth and then just air unit double play that the Starforge allows. The Mammoth being in this spot just opens up so much versatility. For how that works, but then it also kind of leads to somewhat one-dimensional games because then you're kind of both forced to go into that type of style the whole time, and it's a little bit awkward there. But at least this time it's going to be a Foundry play coming out first from Parting, just rushing right to that. Third base coming out from Albino here, so we'll see what his tech choice is or what his style is going to be against this fast Foundry play.
So the third base here, and Scorpion counterattacks are very tough to deal with. I guess every time I see the recall pushes happen, I'm always a little bit surprised, but yeah, I mean, I guess it does make sense. They can't really punish you for this. You might as well try to get some kills.
Yeah, I mean, you can just run back home.
So this is going to be a ground game this time around, and it's actually going to be Parting with the 2-base time attack.
Yeah, he's not expanding. You're correct. That's true. Looks going to be Albino going to be just trying to get as many mortars and destroyers out defensively as soon as he can whenever that tech is ready for him.
As a reminder, guys, in the Twitch chat, I will be giving out Battle Aces beta keys after the finals is done, so don't leave. Anyways, back into this game, we have a big surround here, and Crusaders are south of this, but they're not, with the group, and he's actually kind of slow on the recall there, but Crusaders do come up. The Shockers are here as well. There's enough recalls to kind of escort these Shockers forward. And this third base is going down. Albino, I think, wisely so, gives it up.
Also, an instant higher tech into the advanced blinks as well from Parting is quite interesting. I think maybe noting that he's going to get the third base, and then probably there's going to be a ton of mortars defensively, and just barely dodging out of that shot. Gonna try to go into the advanced blinks to maybe blink on top of the mortars.
The counterattack. The counterattack. Oh, sorry.
It's the slow.
No, click back
slowest
there and then go
counterattack
back there
ever.
when this actually happens. I thought they were shockers going up there. Okay, here we go. All right. Well, we got ahead of ourselves here, man.
Nice.
Yeah, recalls
I'm
are
so glad
slow.
we caught this
Yes.
in time. Although they're gonna kill this base. That's actually pretty sick. They killed it pretty quickly here.
Oh, wait, he's not paying attention. Oh, no.
No, Albino! Oh, he was too busy in the middle. Loses the base. Didn't have the units sieged up. And now they're going to recall home before even a shot goes off. Huge move from Parting. Oh, my God. It's a tragedy. Oh, he's even getting on top of the mortars.
Dude,
oh, it's sick.
He's a killer. Okay.
Oh, my God.
Done
Parting.
and dusted.
Yikes.
Whoa. Parting up 3-0 in this best of 9, by the way.
Needs 2 more to win it already.
I can't believe that game. Recalls do a lot of damage to buildings, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it?
It
It's like so rare to actually get them onto the building because it feels like it takes forever to get across the
I
map.
don't think, yeah. Actually, what's funny is one of the games I was trying to learn recalls with, my first game, it was against, who's that guy it's like his ID's just a face?
It's the Lenny face, it's called.
Yeah, the Lenny
We don't know who he is,
Oh,
though.
nobody knows who.
We have no idea.
I played him, and it's like we both went recalls, and he just pushed my third with his recalls. And I'm like, dude, these are damaging my expansion so fast. Like, I just lost my third base. Recall versus recall push. I recalled away a little bit too soon. And then it was like the game was over, and I thought, that's kind of crazy. But now I see it again in that game, and I go, okay, they just kind of kill buildings really fast.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is
Mud
game
crab?
4. Mud crab?
Mud crab?
Oh, no.
I really thought he was going to bring it out.
Oh, clean crab, apparently.
Clean crab. This is the cleanest crab you've ever seen. Taking
Yeah.
baths every day.
Yeah, this is a freshwater crab, I think is what we call it. This is not the all-in.
This is the
just-
freshwater crab. The mud crab and the freshwater
Mud crab is 1 base, freshwater crab is 2, maybe even 3 bases. Maybe I'm going to find out what my endgame tech is.
Oh, so good. I really liked what you said, one of your chatters said about how the resources are called David
Oh, yeah.
and Kim.
Yeah, we
I
don't know
kept trying to
the
find a
resource
moment to
names.
say
It's
that.
just like, yeah, the red resource is David and the blue resource is Kim.
Oh, it's so good. I really want to. I wanted to call him that
Yeah.
the entire day, but I
He
like
needs
forgot to
more
preface it.
Kim. Like,
There's not enough
Kim
David
is
in
all
his
going to go
bank.
into that cat bus. All right, so he recalls back here. This is one of the things with Scorpions. You got to be careful, and it's easy to be overextended.
He recalled forward actually to try and get a little flank here. That was kind of cool, but unfortunately
Yeah.
runs away in time.
Can we check tech again?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so he's going to go into King Crab Mortar. So Hornets can hit air. Parting has the luxury of kind of dual attack with Dragonfly and Mammoth, both so solid air and solid ground. So no, he just goes back.
Boop. Okay, so it's gonna be King Crabs as the first play here from Albino to try and bust down this third base and then eventually some mortars, or is it just gonna be King Crabs? I guess it's just Crabs here. The freshwater crabs coming in for the nice kill as the surround of the Scorpions is going to get
Oh my
around.
God,
And
he's just
going
gonna
to
go right in the building.
Oh, I love that play out of Albino going right for the workers as well. That's so sick, just forcing all these recalls. I'm surprised that he didn't recall them back in time.
Well, I think if he recalls them back, they immediately
Yeah, I
die
guess-
to the King
I guess
Crabs.
that's
You actually
true.
just recall on top of Crabs and die.
Yeah, I guess he's just threatening the counterattack the whole time with these and forcing Albino to come back home and respect this. I actually like that from Party. That's a good point.
So he's got some Hornets, so he's going to have an answer for the Dragonflies. Ooh, nice micro here. Albino. Oh my God, yeah, you see those recalls, they just die when they get cornered.
Oh no, the Hornets, they're running away. No, the Dragonflies are about to come kill all your
no.
workers. Oh, he heard us. Thank
Yes,
God.
he's stream sniping. No, he's going to leave. No!
No!
Oh, he's just spent all of his money on advanced
Oh,
blinks. He's
it's
going to lose
so
all of his
pain.
workers.
Oh, it's so pain.
I feel like when I try to fly into their worker line with the Dragonflies, it never works.
Oh,
They're
there's
always
just
ready,
always
like,
so
duh,
much stuff.
tasteless. All right, so
Oh
he's going to
my
lose all his
God.
workers now.
Oh, it's insane how much damage they do so quickly. The Hornets can't even attack, dude. All right, what do we got back on home to defend? Oh, King Crab. Oh my god, we got cat buses! Oh, it's ogre, bro. Oh my god, look at those advanced flanks trying to get on top of them. Yeah, right.
Now look, yeah, you can just kind of micro the cat buses away. The ones that are taking damage, you're like, no, I don't want to lose that one. I don't want to lose that one either. Dude, look at the natural.
Oh, it's so funny.
Oh my god. Oh no,
Dude.
look at the main.
Oh my, dude. Parting was just messing around in the other series, man. He was like, let's lose a couple games for fun. Let's do some content. Finals? No, serious.
This is wild. Oh, you know what's funny? It's been Starforge tech. Like this entire tournament's been Foundry tech. And Parting's making it work.
Yeah,
and I feel like it's a win-win for me because Mud Crabs work today, and I have Cat Bus Tech winning this. So I'm like, I am just as good as the pros.
Well, it's true.
Yeah,
your strats are good.
It's too bad I can talk well, too, or I'd be playing in this tournament, winning my own tournament. So we're going to go into game 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, it could just be
it
a
is weird
straight
doing
5-0.
Yeah.
That would be just absolutely wild.
Okay. Well, let's hope Albino gives us a longer finals here.
Yeah, it's taking a little bit to come in, so I think he's probably switching out his deck a little bit, trying to find some kind of an answer to what this incredible Starforge tech play has been out of Parting. I mean, the recall and then into the Mammoth and Dragonfly has just been so difficult for him to deal with. I wonder, honestly, if just going Dragonflies yourself, just so you can at least always catch up to them. So that way then, and you also have then the opportunity to do the counterattack as well, whereas the airships are just kind of forced to stay home the whole time to maybe make it a little bit better for him.
Yeah.
Or doing a thing where maybe you even go go Heavy Hunter or something in the Foundry, so you can just insta-Q, go into the Foundry, and then not even worry about the air that much. But I feel like that also then just kind of makes your actual army worse. Because they're not really good in a straight
Heavy
fight.
Hunters are not that fast.
Well, they got buffed, though. They're actually really fast again.
Are they pretty fast now?
They got buffed again. So
this game's getting patched so fast, it's a little hard to keep up with. Again, guys, reminder, in the chat, I am giving away Battle Ace's keys. So stay here. Gemini has to run back home. Are you going to be all right? I assume this is going to be a 5-0. You said you got to start at 8?
Well, it's my own tournament, so I can just say it moves a little farther.
Wow. Oh, look at me. I'm king of the castle. I'm Gemini. Okay, so then we'll finish this. You go home, and I'll raid your stream.
Sure, perfect.
Okay. Hopefully not the final game here, Parting versus Albino. Albino. I got all his games on vinyl.
That was sick.
That's a recovery.
That was awesome.
Game 5 versus Albino. Hopefully not the last one. Hopefully Albino can start to come back.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it! Yes!
Yes.
Good. By the way,
games.
if you're seeing this on YouTube, like and subscribe. Let me know in the comments what you think about the games and Battle Aces and everything like that. Go to tastelessthreads.com. Not so fast. I got Mud Crab. All right, tastelessthreads.com. And buy a shirt there. All right, Mud Crab. Parting, going Mud Crab.
Parting wants this game over. He wants to go eat dinner.
Done.
He's hungry. He's wants to eat lunch.
He's got movie tickets. It's going to be at 7:45. He's got to go. He says Battle Aces games are too long.
Hey, look, I was right. He went Heavy Hunters. Nice. But I don't know if it'll end up working because obviously it's going to be a King Crab, Mud Crab opener. So it's, I'm guessing he's probably just going to have to go straight. Oh, he's going into airships as the defense? Are Mammoths going to be good enough against the King Crabs?
Mammoths can stop this.
Okay.
It's not like a destroyer King Crab situation where it's like this one just beats that other one.
Oh, it's actually kind of interesting as well that he's going with Blinks. I just realized. I didn't even like put 2 and 2 together. He's going Blinks with this instead of Scorpions.
To be honest, I was so caught up with just the Mud Crab build. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, let's see how he uses the Blinks. Maybe he tries to you know what I bet it is? He tries to blink into maybe like the opponent's counter to this. So like Oh, okay.
Oh, this is sick. I love this. He's threatening the attack on the bottom, but sending one crab to the top to then kill the workers. It's pretty sick, because usually you just go everything over into the natural here to just kill it off. But, I mean, one going into the main base, that's going to kill them very quickly here. Blink's just kind of forced to attack each other here, as the crabs will just
look at the main.
focus the natural, and the main one also getting through all of those worker lines. Thankfully, the mammoths will be able to kill it off pretty quickly here, but... I mean, a great position here for Parting as he's getting his second base set up as well.
So now he backs up. So in this moment, you're ahead in tech. Oh, he's got a little ninja
Hiding
crab
in
down
the
there.
shadows.
Yes, a little shadow crab.
Crouching crab, hidden crab as well? What? How do you say that?
Dragon? No, he's going to run right in there. He's going to try to take him out in the... Oh, he's intercepting reinforcements.
That's pretty sick. All right, can he kill this base? That's the important thing. Oh, blink onto that one. That's pretty nicely done.
By the way, can mammoths just kite king crabs?
I don't know. I don't think they're fast enough to do that. King crabs are pretty fast.
Oh, yeah, they
now.
have to turn. They're like Warcraft 3 heroes.
Oh, what the
apparently.
heck? Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so awkward. Oh, my God. Did Albino just lose? Is he just dead? He's just losing absolutely everything. The crabs aren't doing... Oh, my God. The crabs are just insane. They're just not dying. Oh, that guy's stuck a little bit, but
Yeah.
Blink's past him as well.
GG! All right, the champion of the Tassel Tussle is Parting.
Oh my God! Oh, he had
5-0.
He had a date tonight, man. Jeez, he wanted this done quick.
Speed running our tournament. All right.
Wow.
Well,
I mean, I expected Parting to win overall because he's just kind of the best player in general right now. But
Yeah.
that is a statement to go in a 5-0 right there.
he bopped him.
Yeah, that was not close.
He did all the different moves too.
Yeah.
It's like he came out with a different Street Fighter character every time. He did all the combos. Wow. And ended it with Mud Crab.
You are so vindicated, dude.
I am.
You are sitting here and just being like,
I
God,
am.
I am never not mud crabbing.
I am. Well, I'm glad I thought of it first, you know? All right. Well, guys, listen, I'll let you go. You got to run home. Yeah. We'll raid your stream.
Absolutely.
Gemini does not live too far from me.
Yes.
Here, let me turn your mic off, and I'll just take over from here.
Goodbye, chats.
He says goodbye, chat. Just make sure the door's shut on the way out so my cats don't escape. Let's wheel this chair out. Can you wheel this out into the living room? Thank you. All right, guys, we're giving keys away. We are so giving keys away. Good job, man. So if you guys want, 1 second. If you want a key, you need to whisper me on Twitch. I'll unpause alerts here.
Gauntlet Wizard tipped $10 towards the new chair fund.
Oh, that's right. We broke that chair.
It's that damn Tassels.
He's so hot right now. Have a good one, man. Take care. Let's hang out soon.
Balthazar just purchased Mind Games. Thanks for giving me a beta key. I had lots of fun playing.
So
I want to fucking barf.
Let me get my list of keys out here. Thank you, everybody who rated me. How do you whisper
You
me?
fucking kidding me?
Someone in chat can explain that.
This is so stupid. I want to fucking barf.
So many raids here. Okay, I've got my list open now. So here's how it works. You need to whisper me.
I want to fucking barf.
I will send you a code. When you get the code, you go to playbattleaces.com. You redeem the code there.
I want to fucking barf.
Thank you for the raids, everybody. Lots of raids here today. Do not redeem the code on Steam. It will not work.
Piece of shit.
You need to redeem it on playbattleaces.com. They will email you. Check your junk mail. If your key doesn't work.
I want to fucking barf.
So many raids. Holy shit. If your key does not work, Message me again. I'll get you another key.
Maybe 9 turrets? Maybe 9 turrets I should have made against this fucking B Protoss.
Word Average just subscribed.
Thank you, Word Average. How did you guys enjoy the tournament, by the way? By the way, if you're watching on Kick or YouTube or X, you need to come to my Twitch stream to get a key. I can't get you a key on there. Yeah, it was fun. How do you get a key? You gotta whisper me on Twitch. If your key doesn't work, message me again. You don't need to message me thank you or anything. If you want to thank me, you can sub or donate and support the stream. I gotta get my armrest fixed over here.
Fuck you, guy in the chat. You need to scout more. Fuck you.
Pretentious Nub, thank you so much, dude. Welcome to the channel. Anyone else need a key? Give Tasteless a whisper. Yeah, thanks for helping telling people how to whisper. I actually don't know how to whisper. I don't whisper people on Twitch. All right, I'm going to play a game or two. And then we'll do another key drop here in between each game. Basically, we're going to raid Gemini's stream. He's doing another event on his channel. And so, as a favor, because he helped me out with this, I'm going to raid him. I did complete the Warcraft 3 campaign on hard, yes.
Enemy tech is turning on. Be ready. Resource base warmed up and working.
Should we start to select the enemy? Marching orders. All my legs are in call the attack. Claws up. Main eye engaged in the dirt. Engine running. How far away?
Units reporting damage. Starting Starforge.
Matching orders. Give me a crack at 'em. Cut the chatter. Get us in close. Iron ready.
Units in combat.
Pick an efficient.
Units engaged.
Command. Defining locale.
Exposed rear. Workers down.
We can cover it. Arms ready. Forward.
Fuck. No!
Workers.
Oh my
Units.
god, this key
Workers
scroll is
under
so
attack.
low. Gemini, you ruined my settings. Oh my god.
Zero.
Oh my god, this is so slow. I guess it was probably better for observing.
Air worker.
Units reporting damage.
Oh my god. How do I change this? Options, F1. Speed, gameplay.
Units in combat. Starforge is ready.
Call the attack.
Enemy is building a resource base.
Ready. In the dirt.
Corona suit. Sending to deck. Spin 5.
Think fast. Watch this. They can't catch us. Hornets.
Arabs here. Starting camp. Buzzing the core.
Okay.
Ready.
Alright, chat. We're gonna be alright. Fuck.
Gizmo good.
I gotta change all these settings on here. This is wild, dude.
Hornets up. Reconnaissance.
High speed, low drag. Full throttle.
Engine running. We move to
Sky. Steady.
Units engaged. Units under attack.
away we go. Go,
Resource base warmed up and working.
we are here. Light. Think fast.
Units reporting damage.
Cut the chatter.
Units in combat.
Iron ready. Watch this. Sting.
Resource base warmed up and working.
I studied the map. Go. I studied the map.
Units
okay.
engaged.
Command charge. We are here. Arms ready. Scurrying. Get them surrounded. Think fast.
Okay.
Fast and low.
Units under attack.
Flash the enemy.
Units reporting damage. Starting advanced Starforge.
Hornet selected. Long range patrol.
Alright, we're gonna be
Call
fine.
the attack.
You got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
Marching one. Ready and waiting. Set that grid.
Nation. Dragonfly.
You got a resource base. You got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
Target hit.
Ready to scout. Long range.
Units in combat.
Box away.
Engine running. We are here. Shifting.
Corona suit.
Should we start? Go.
Units engaged. Units under attack. Units
Alright, we're gonna be
with
fine,
resource
man.
base warmed up
We got
and
this.
working.
High speed, low drag.
Hornet selected.
Blanket. Bogey.
Units in Advanced Starforge is complete. Units engaged. Units under workers getting units reporting damage. Units in combat. Exposed rear. Workers down. Units engaged.
Oh shit.
Units under attack.
Cut the chatter.
Units workers.
I don't think we care about this. Okay, why is it so low in my...
Victory.
Oh, wait, I think I see the problem. Could you guys not hear me that whole time? Oh, no, I see what I did here. Okay. I'm on mic number 2. Holy shit. Yeah, you heard me good. Good. If you want to battle Ace's key, you got to whisper me, guys. I have a document with many keys. Whisper me on Twitch, not on Instagram, not on Discord. Shit. When you get the key, go to playbattleaces.com. They will email you. Check your email, check the junk mail. They'll give you another key. You go on Steam and use that. If you want to thank me, you can sub or support the stream, buy merch, donate, but you do not have to. Thank you, Messiah.
Dude, fuck this game! Fuck this!
Appreciate you. Okay, I'm going to do another game here. Gemini is about 20 minutes away from his home. We're going to raid him in a second. Fun tournament, man.
Fucking go write in a journal about what you think you know about Brood War and then light it on fire. Because you don't know anything.
XGYRA, thank you so much for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel.
Industrial cutter standing by, iron ready. Claws up. Ready to smash. Command. How far away? Arms ready. Matching orders.
Starting. Enemy tech is turning on. Be ready.
These can't hit air, right?
Select the enemy. Get us in close. Call the attack. Pick an efficient path. In the dirt, through the sides. 707. Defining the engine running. Sharp planes. Optimal range, 0. Look up.
Okay, I just win this game.
We move together. Cut the chatter.
Resource base. You got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
Iron ready. Snip, command. Scurrying. Melee, arms ready. Marching orders. Give me select the enemy.
Starforge is ready. Starting advanced Starforge.
Holy shit.
Claws up.
What the fuck?
Forward.
You got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
Should we in the dirt?
Should I just not be out against wasps like this? Is this just crazy of me?
You got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
I'm gonna lose this fucking thing.
All my legs are intact.
Oh no, he just messed up. Well,
You
I
got
think
a
I'm actually still gonna lose
resource
this,
base
but
taking fire. Cover it.
It's just like really weird. This guy's not controlling his stuff right.
Matching orders.
See if I can get over here and
Units
save
in
this.
combat.
Get him surrounded. Cut the chatter.
Side by side. Send me to the front.
Iron ready.
Green by green.
Command for the suns. Get us in close.
Advanced Starforge is complete.
Long range patrol.
Keep your next order.
Snip, snip. All guns firing.
What a nice group.
Show me a weakness. Circle up.
Full turret battery ready. Calibrating for new heights. Don't stop shooting. Lighting. Style. Ready. Set. Easier.
Area is covered.
Stay work.
Units engaged. Units under attack.
Can you see them? Not too fast now. Attack. Attack.
Attack.
Uh,
Turbines coasting.
Raining cats here.
Easy game, easy live chat.
Victory.
Yo, Roddy, how you doing, buddy? CAD bus power, dude. This is a CAD bus stream. Let's be very clear about that.
Enemy is building a resource base warmed up and working.
Snapper, select the enemy, defining locale. Should we start walking? Call the attack. Optimal range, 0.
So I think we go Starforge check.
All my legs in the dirt, we move together.
They are literally called CAD bus.
Engine running, charge. We have teleported.
Starting Starforge.
Scurrying. Cut the chatter.
This kid's about to be
Marching
annoying.
Enemy tech is turning on. Be ready.
Can't hit air with this tech, right?
Iron ready.
Oh, I'm gonna lose this fucking game because of this
Industrial
shit.
cutter standing by, sharp
I still don't understand how to stop this.
Just one of them. Stay command.
I think I'm actually alright.
Looking for. What's the threat?
Enemy is building a resource base.
Seriously?
Arms ready.
Reconnaissance. Away we go. 22 Delta, we are here. Sting!
Ready.
Resource base warmed up and working.
Go!
Select the enemy.
Hornets attacking! Fast and low.
Starforge is ready. Workers under attack.
From the sky.
Well, this is not gonna clean this up
You
quickly.
got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
Ready to intercept.
Units, workers getting flanked.
Area
I got it.
holding. Vortex high.
We are here. Watch this.
It's a weird game.
Units in
No
combat.
doubt it's a weird game.
Units engaged.
Yeah, Blink's not your friend when...
You got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
We are. Set that grid. Peppering him.
You got a resource base taking fire. You got a resource base taking fire. Cover it. Units under attack. You got a units report. You got
No,
a
I'm not
resource
thrilled
base
with this.
Taking fire. Cover it.
This is still
Units
going on?
in
What the
combat.
fuck?
Air ops here. Alpha
Oh my
Bravo.
god. Chat?
Enemy is building a resource base.
Snapper.
High speed, low drag.
Ugh.
Got a bandit? Gizmo good. Send it to death.
Units engaged.
No, 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 no.
Cut the chatter.
Dragonfly. Buzzing the pool. Spin fire.
Iron ready.
Christ.
Starting Advanced Starforge.
This game is dumb.
Select the enemy. Melee engagement.
Recalculating.
Call the attack. Get us in close.
Holding. Flanking. Dragonfly's attack.
Oh my god, I'm so bad.
Air-Ops here. Banking. Target painted.
Units under attack.
Dragonfly's moving.
In the dirt. Engine running.
Dude, stingers
Units
are such
reporting
bullshit, man.
damage.
High speed, low trend. Got a bandit?
Keep your next.
Gizmo good.
Units in combat. Units under attack. Units reporting damage.
Let them stand against us.
Units in combat. Units engaged.
By side. Shifting.
Cut the chatter.
On standby.
Sniff, sniff.
Column moving.
Units under attack. Units reporting damage.
Next move.
Full turret battery ready.
Armor forward.
Mapping.
Fresh shell.
Final
Snap.
ready. Set.
Expose. You got a resource space taking fire. Cover it.
Against us.
Workers! Workers! Workers!
Can you see them? The cut should be calibrated for new heights.
Units in combat.
Gliding. That's here. Don't stop shooting. What a nice breeze. Settings. Easier. Attack. 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 Cat buses selected. Turbines coasting.
Every win is earned.
Okay.
Bravo.
Another key drop, chat. Key drop. I'm telling you, Roddy, this is a cat bus stream. Ask anybody. I'm not even like making the mid-tier units half the time. I just go right into cat bus. If you guys want a key, you gotta whisper me. I'll give it another minute or two here. Hit the score over there on. I'm sorry. Shit. Where is this thing? Player 1, player 2. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Is anybody gonna whisper me for a key? If not, I'm loading up another one. I'm gonna be seeing you soon, Roddy. I'm excited to hang out again. Sharks, I see you. Give me 1 second. Cooking your key up right now. All right, guys, I'm going to queue up another one. like Gemini's train was delayed. Which means more time for Tasteless to grind. Oh shit!
It's that damn Tassels. He's so hot right now.
Oh my god, someone's buying my merch.
Cosmotor just purchased PHI and one other item.
He got my shirt, the same shirt I'm wearing right now, guys. You could wear that too. Oh my god, I'm in the game. Tab back in, Tasteless. Tasteless versus Lemon.
Enemy is building a resource base.
Shockers. So our rule is we just don't go for ground versus shockers. We're Starforge boys.
All my leg iron ready. Give me a crack at 'em. We have teleported. Command. Defining locale.
This guy's a gamer? Oh shit, does he have all the video games?
Ready. Optimal range 0.
Okay, Starforge tech.
Select the enemy. We move together.
Shit. Back up.
Call the attack. Charge.
Enemy tech is turning on. Be ready.
In the dirt.
Units engaged.
Shit.
Starting
I thought I
Starforge.
fucking started that.
Engine running. Marching orders.
Units under attack.
Forward. Ugh. Industrial cutter standing by.
Workers under attack. Units reporting damage. Workers
I didn't
getting
fucking kill
flanked.
anything back there. What the fuck?
Claws out. Iron ready.
Do I have to target the workers? I thought they kind of manually did it or something.
Resource base warmed
Shit.
up and work. Enemy is building
Oh, I
a
don't like this
resource
at all.
base.
Fuck.
Units in combat.
How far away?
Wait, did I not kill anything? Okay, I guess I got some stuff.
Arms ready. Matching orders. Select the enemy. Get us in close.
You got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
Pick an efficient path. In the dirt. Defining locale.
Starforge is ready.
Engine running. Optimal range 0.
Units engaged.
We move to.
Units under attack. Units reporting damage.
Should we start? Cut the chatter. Charge.
Exposed units in
Oh,
combat.
fuck. Go, 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 go.
Units engaged. Workers! 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 Units under attack.
Arabs here. Full throttle. Fox away.
Units reporting damage. Starting advanced Starforge.
Approach. Flanking. Gizmo good.
Oh my god. Don't click on the minimap, Tasteless.
Dragonflies attack.
Units in combat.
Scurrying.
Corona suit. Dragonflies move.
Units engaged. Units under attack.
High speed, low drift.
Units reporting damage.
Oh, I
Units
think I'm a little
in
too
combat.
sloppy here.
Marching
Oh, Chad. Oh,
Units
Chad.
engaged.
It's really fucking bad.
Select the enemy. Claws up.
From the sky.
Bail it, bail it, bail it, bail it, bail it.
Se-
You got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
How far away? Sharp blades.
Resource base
Okay,
destroy.
keep it.
Units under attack.
In the dirt. Matching orders.
Units reporting damage. Advanced Starforge. Core under attack. Workers under. Units in combat.
Engine running.
Units engaged. Units under attack. Units reporting damage.
Holy fuck, that kills workers so fast. What the
Units in
fuck?
combat.
Okay.
Units engaged. Units under attack.
Pick an efficient.
Area is covered.
Units reporting damage. Enemy tech is units in combat.
Dragonfly selected. Buzz in the pool.
Cut the chatter.
Can you see them?
Mapping terrain.
Easy coast.
Cat bus is attacking.
Iron ready. Defining locale.
Cat bus is hovering.
All right.
Units
Might still be okay.
engaged.
Cats here. Entering new heights.
All guns.
Workers getting flanked. Units under cover the core. Lose it.
Oh shit!
Done.
Targeting me? Oh, we got this, chat.
Cat bus is
You're trying to tell me this kid can game, Ronnie?
Shooting.
I bet he doesn't even have any video games in his house, man. Shit.
Attack.
You got a resource space taking fire. Cover it.
Full turret battery ready.
Exposed rear. Workers down.
Fire. Ready.
Units reporting damage.
He owes me his copy.
Victory.
Got him, man. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, man. Don't even play their game. If they go shockers, don't go ground.
Enemy is building a resource base warmed up and working.
Heavy hunter and airship? Yeah, I think so. A lot of games people don't have heavy hunter though, interestingly.
Should we start walking? Arms ready. All my legs are intact. Select the
Yeah, that's the
enemy.
thing, man. If they don't have enough to deal with the cat bush push,
Call the attack. We move to in the dirt.
there's just they can get in a really bad spot because they just can't muster enough to just not have it just get deleted when the cat buses
Enemy
get
tech
over their
is turning
spawn.
on. Be ready.
Running. Charge. Ugh. Cut the chatter. Scurrying.
Units in combat.
Iron ready. Marching orders. Clock.
Units engaged.
Arms ready. Claws up. Sniff, sniff. Select the enemy.
Resource base warmed up and working.
Call the attack. How far away? Ready to smash. In the dirt. Matching orders.
Units under attack.
Running. Get us in.
Unit Starforge is ready.
Fuck, go back, go back, go back, go back.
Ugh.
Go back, go back.
7.
Gizmo good.
Units in combat. You got a resource space taking fire. Cover it.
An efficient path. Cut the chatter. Defining locale.
Corona suit. Wings out.
Units engaged.
Iron ready.
Units under attack.
Range 0.
Arrows here. Full
Kill that fucking thing, god damn it.
fast move.
Kill the shocker! Oh,
High speed, low drag.
Command. We move together.
Recalculating a
Think fast.
from the sky. Standing by.
I got my tail on you.
And holding.
Units reporting
Nope, over there.
damage. Units in combat.
I'm sorry, I do win this, right?
Units engaged.
Give me a crack at it.
Units under attack.
Starting count.
Call the attack.
Gizmo good. Blanket. Corona suit. Bang.
Oh, sometimes I can't tell when it's recall hunters, even though it should be like pretty obvious.
Victory.
he's still not home. No raid for Gemini yet. I'm going to do one more game, guys. Then we're going to do another key drop. Hold on, Fuzzums. I'll feed you after the stream.
Enemy is built. Resource base warmed up and working.
I think we just
All my legs are
go for the
intact.
wedge again. Fuzzums, hold on.
We have to scurrying. Induction engine running.
Units reporting damage.
Forward. Ugh. Nose up. Cut the chatter. How far away?
Units in combat.
Matching
Units
orders.
engaged. Units under attack. Units reporting damage. Enemy is building a resource base.
Get us in close. Arms ready. Select the enemy.
Well, I did this a little bit too soon, I guess.
Units in combat.
Call the attack. For the suns. In the dirt, pick an efficient path.
Resource base warmed up and working.
Defining locale.
Units engaged.
Optimal range, 0. Snap. Cut the chatter. We move together.
Ready to
Fuck,
scout.
fuck,
Watch.
fuck, fuck.
Units under attack.
Looking for...
Ready to scout. Clear the kill zone.
Workers! Enemy tech is turning on. Be ready. Starforge is ready.
Arms ready. Scurrying. Should we...
Units reporting damage.
Shit, back up.
Enemy. Marching orders.
Units in combat. Units engaged.
Get us in close.
Call the...
Units under attack.
On standby.
Claws up.
Units reporting damage.
Forward attack.
In the dirt.
Let them
Units in combat.
I can't click on any of my individual units here.
Starting advance. Units engaged.
Engine running. Matching orders.
show me a weakness.
Units under attack.
Snip, snip.
Engaging at close range.
Units reporting damage. Units in combat. Units engaged. Units under attack.
Advancing.
Cut the chatter.
Units reporting damage.
Get us in close.
Green by green. Heading
No, I'll just go for the workers.
ground and pound. Let them
Actually.
stay.
Units in combat.
Circle up. Side
Back.
by side. For the Union. Shifting. Choking.
Iron ready.
Units engaged. Units under attack.
Slow.
Units reporting damage.
Melee.
Green by green.
Arrows here. Dragonflies attack.
Unit advanced Starforge is complete.
Dragonflies moving. Target painted. Dragonflies select.
Keep your next word.
Arms ready. Departing location.
Units engaged.
I got my tail on you.
From the sky.
Okay.
Every win is earned. Bravo.
All right, guys, we're going to do another key drop here. If you want a key, you got to whisper me. Whisper me on Twitch. The key I send you, you have to redeem at playbattleaces.com. They will email you. Check your junk mail. Use that key on Steam. No, you need to turn target fire on.
Go look up Dunning-Kruger effect, and then uninstall the internet from your computer.
Thank you, Underbot. Guys, if you got a Twitch Prime, don't let it go to waste. I'm going to leave in a few minutes here. Yeah, target fire is off by default. You need to turn that on. I know, if you're an RTS person, it's a problem. But a lot of people don't play RTS, so they just turn that mode off. Buzz, I'm going. Okay, come here. I'm going to feed this cat in a second. Anybody else want a key? How is Pink from Cre- It's been fine. I got about 10 more keys to give out for the stream chat. Yes, you can ask for a second one. Just DM me. Then I got to get some dinner, man. It's getting late over here. All right, guys. Message me now or forever hold your peace. I'm going to get the raid set up for Gemini. Let's see here. What is this channel actually called? Everybody, it was good hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. All right, I'm going to drop the last couple of keys here for those who've whispered. Stick around, watch what Gemini's doing. Roddy, good to have you in here, man. I love you. Can't wait to see you again. Sending out those last keys. Guys, thank you for joining. Sub to my YouTube. We're going to have the whole tournament uploaded there. And enjoy Gemini's tournament he's casting tonight. Anyone else want a key? Whisper me now. This stream's about to be rated over there too, Gemini. Love you guys. I don't know when I'm going to be streaming again exactly. Probably during the weekday coming up here, but my schedule's a little tight. All right, guys. Tasteless out. Bye-bye.